The file system, and I would like to cover all of the files and commands related to the file system today in the first hour. And we're going to go pretty quickly, and I will give you time to practice with it. We'll do like miniature little tasks, and how's it going, Shelby? And then you can kind of let loose and give it a shot, especially during the break, okay? So I'll do it once, and then you'll do it with me, and then you'll do it by yourself, all right? And that'll be the level of repetition we're going to do for today. And then during the break, you can do that repetition again. And if you want to, you can write the notes down so you can go do that again. So this is all going to be 100% task-based, which means it's going to be slower than what people might be used to with the boost, where I just tell you what to do and you go figure it out. So, got it? All right, let's go. Let's do go back and review last week. So last week we talked about helping with timestamps. If anybody wants to help with timestamps, that's cool. I am putting the timestamps in the notes now, so that's what these ISOSECs are, and then they can be converted. We actually had 2 people create a conversion script to change these out, and I have not had a chance to apply that yet, but thank you for that. I just want to put a shout out. I don't remember the names. I need to figure that out. I was very grateful. 2 or 3 people have done it. That's actually a really great scripting project, is how to change all the ISOSECs in here into actual timestamp offsets in the video based on the start time right here. Okay, so let's go ahead and do that. Boost sessions moved to Sunday. We talked about a VM. I mean, we had a break. I told you about that. What's Git Bash? Why are we using it? Why are we not using WSL? We covered that. Why can't I use the 127 addresses? Because it's localhost. How can you test SSH connection to localhost? We did talk about at the end of the session last time about setting up a cloud server using DigitalOcean or Linode or something like that, or Amazon. I decided not to go into detail on that. It's actually, DigitalOcean is by far the easiest. If you want to do all this stuff to set up your own Linux server, just like we did using using VirtualBox, you can certainly try that. So I want to mention it now for those of you who want to have that. It's a good thing to have a cloud server at some point so you can connect to it from school or work or wherever. You can also just port forward your one to your machine at home. And that's what got us talking about this, because so many people were like, hey, I want to be able to connect to it, not just from inside my LAN, but from my work too. How do I do that? And we talked about port forwarding, and then we kind of skipped that and said, you really want to go on the cloud and do that, because you don't know how to harden your system yet. So if you start forwarding everything, that'd be a bad thing. So I just want to recap that, because we kind of, we debated about whether we were going to talk about it more this time, and I'm decided not, because we got a lot to cover. So you can learn this easily through Discord, or just going to DigitalOcean and starting it up and playing with one. Now that you know how to use SSH, which we covered last week or 2 weeks ago, you can go ahead and get that set up and know that those things are all the same things that you need to do there. Okay, so we talked about adding, and we are actually going to get into SSH a little bit more. We did which SSH, type SSH, who my users last. We have not gotten into like how to configure SSH very much. And I've been debating about how deeply we should go into that. We haven't even covered the SSH configuration file. And bridge provider on macOS should still work. Yeah. You can use NAT and port forward, but it's harder. It's a lot harder. Yeah. So let's jump right in and talk about Linux before we get too down. The reason we need to do this is because we can't talk about SSH configuration files until you know how to edit files, and you can't talk about how to edit files until you know how to get around and find files. So that is the priority today. Today is the priority is getting around. All right, so let's put that in our stuff. Did I put the notes? Did I put commands used? I did, yeah. I'm going to make a little command section here while we go. So again, so we need to access our VM. So I'm going to do everything that you would do, and including potentially hitting errors. Oh, I still have my CCAD running. So I created a new virtual machine to practice for the Kubernetes certification. That's what's up with that. And I can go ahead and shut that down now. In fact, I'm going to save it. I'm going to freeze it so it's exactly where I left off. And I hate the UI here, but whatever. Bridge mode. My wireless has worked pretty regularly, but so we're gonna go. So we have Harbor is saved but not on. Ansible test. Let's see. There's the boost. So there's a boost. It hasn't been on since 2 weeks ago. I'm gonna go ahead and turn it on, and I can just go start. I'm gonna do a headless start because I don't really want to see the other thing. You can do that from the command line, which we covered last week, I believe. If you want to be fancy, you can actually start that from the command line. You need to be on, to do that you have to be on Windows though, and I'm kind of logged into my other server here. I think yeah, there it is. VBox start VM headless. So if you want to start your server from Windows, that's what I think it's the same on Mac as well. So if you're using VirtualBox and you're lucky enough to not have an M1, all right, let's see if that is on. So if that's all working, I should be able to SSH into the name of it. And I don't remember the IP. So actually, did we configure ours or not? I don't remember the IP. Did we give it a name? I think I did. I think I did give it a name. Nope, I didn't. All right, I'm an idiot. Okay, so we need to go look up the network IP. I'm failing along with y'all so that you can see how to do stuff. Yeah. So yeah, the M1s don't work with VirtualBox. They never will. So they publicly said so. All right. So we're going to go to network, bridge adapter, and I kind of want to see what my IP is. I don't remember my IP. I might actually go to my router to go figure it out. Does anybody else remember it? See, this is why it's good for me to do this, because then I make dumb mistakes and you can all see it. Promiscuous mode is denied. Oh, we should put promiscuous mode on later. That's pretty fun. Let's see here. Description. Advanced. I honestly don't remember what my IP is. Did we give it a hard-coded IP or no? As a DHCP? I think because I just started up, it might give it a new IP, which is good because you might want to have yours have a standard IP that doesn't change at all. Looking back to network. I'm missing something really obvious. It's driving me crazy. You know what it was is we had the IP. I should run it ahead. And this is interesting. This is great. You're going to see me fail and laugh at me. There's so many ways for me to get the IP right now. I'm trying to decide which one's the best one to tell you. Does everybody here know how to go out to your router? So I'm going to encourage everybody right now. We're going to use time to do this. I'm going to do it myself, but I'm not going to do it on screen. And I want everybody, asking everybody to go remind yourself how to go to the router of your home and find the advanced section that says LAN. What is a router? Okay, so a router, last week was at .35. Okay, so let's talk about this for a second. Okay, I can't show you mine. This is a hard thing because I can't show you mine. But let's try this. 192.168.1.35. Yeah, we need to cover network stuff soon. No, not host. I think it pulled up a different IP. So, yeah, it's DHCP, which, okay. See, I didn't want to get sucked into this, but there's just no avoiding it. There's no avoiding it. And this is why it's hard, because there's so many things that depend on other things, right? I was going to wait for Tonyfall for us to talk about networking. Yeah, but see, they don't know Nmap. Nobody knows. They don't even know the command line yet. It is a rabbit hole, but this is a good rabbit hole. Okay, so forget the rabbit hole. Let's go back to doing it using only what you know. Okay, so only using what you know. I'm gonna freeze this. Okay, I'm gonna freeze my thing again. I'm forcing myself to do only what you know. So you just know the VMware box. So we're not going to turn it off. We're just going to save state. It just freezes it. It's like asleep. Okay. And now we're going to restart it, but this time we're going to restart it headless. That we wanted, but the rabbit hole that we needed. Yes. So we're going to right click on this. I don't want to go down the networking rabbit hole just yet. We're going to get there, I promise. And let's do a normal start. So I thought I'd be cool and use a headless start, and then I forgot we don't know the IP yet. So we're going to do normal start. All right. And all I had to do to fix it, by the way, was save it and then open it up again. So, and now we have a boost login. We don't even need to know the IP, right? So assuming I can remember my login, like I couldn't last time, I had to rebuild the whole thing. We can just do this, and we can type my super secret password. Do y'all remember your passwords? Congratulations. Because I didn't. Congratulations on that. That's a big accomplishment. So here we go. And now I have my IP. Now the question is, and this is going to lead us into the networking rabbit hole, but I just want you to put a thumbtack in the question. Okay. Because we have to learn how to navigate the terminal before we can do all this IP and stuff, because we don't know how to do the commands necessary to show you about what networks are and stuff. So we need to stick with the file system. So if what I'm about to do with SSH is too hard for you, in fact, we probably should do SSH after all this, just use the terminal the way, the console versus the terminal. What's the difference between a console and a terminal? Somebody. What's the difference between a console and a terminal? I asked that last time. I'm going to ask it again. Somebody try to give us an answer there. Anybody brave enough? Wait, do we have music still going? I got to turn that off. I'm sorry about that. Console is usually hardware, or it's a simulation of the hardware, right? Of the guest operating system. That's pretty cool. But they don't know what an operating system or an IP is yet. So we need to... All right. We talked about IP address briefly. Remember we said an IP address is like the number on the house, right? And that's what this is. And the thing that's tripping me up is that for some reason, lo and behold, you know, according to ZQ, who kindly gave us all those subs today, thank you, the number has changed. The IP number changed. It'd be like your address to your house changing just cause, right? And that's because of something called Dynamic Host Control Protocol. In other words, when your computer restarts, it phones home to your network, the router, and it says, hey, I want a number. And it gives it a new number unless you reserve it. Sometimes it'll give it the same number. You have no control of that by default. By default, dynamic means it can be changed anytime. And then you can go into your router and you can change it and make it static. And I have been doing that all week because there's a lot of devices for IRL streaming that I've been doing that need to be the same number every time. There's something else called a static IP number, which you can do and force it to be the same every time. But that way, if that device goes on another network, it might not work because that network might be different. And we're not going to get into how it might be different right now. We're just going to talk about that. So I'm just going to do this because I want to go. I don't want that ugly thing. So so I'm using SSH from the command line, and as you can see, we're now on the boost system. Same thing as the console. So the difference between a console and a terminal is this is a console. It's like it's a simulated connection to the hardware directly. It's as if I had a hardware screen, and as you know, I didn't have to know the IP to connect to it, right? Because it's physical. It's a simulated physical console. The terminal, however, is usually associated with, I mean, it is a terminal running on a console, but you can also have a remote terminal using Secure Shell. All right. So let's talk about that. I'm going to put some notes here. So, I mean, let me try to get an ISOSEC for this. So at the end of this ISOSEC, we talked about, what we were talking about was like, how to reconnect to a saved VM session with SSH, right? We kind of got the end on that. So that was about 10 minutes. So let's say, put the 0 there, something like that. All right. And what else we got? Yeah. The console and the terminal, the console always means that your all you need to use is your keyboard, right? The terminal means that you can use your keyboard, but you might need SSH or some other thing to connect to it. Some other unique way to connect to it. Next year I might actually wait on SSH until far, far down the line. Even further than what we did this week. I feel like the last week or 2 weeks ago, we kind of got sidetracked by this SSH stuff because SSH is annoyingly complex for most beginners, but we made it. All right. So yes, thank you, Ketone. That's perfect. And so here we are. We're on a system and we're logged in. We learned a bunch of commands last week. We learned W to see who's logged in. And we learned last to see when you last logged in and who last logged in. You can see things like reboot and stuff. There's all commands. Okay. We talked about what a prompt is. I don't want to redo all of that. You should know all of that again. Your PAM login message on Ubuntu shows the IP. Yes. The PAM login. Well, yeah. I mean, this shows my IP here, which is fine. I probably will dox my home IP at some point too as well. And just, that's fine. I don't suggest you try it. If you feel like learning SSL does open doors for people to play with cloud, that's again the main reason I thought it was worth going to the trouble of setting up an SSH login on a local VM is because it also opens the door for you to start playing on cloud VMs. Absolutely. And that's why we talked about cloud VMs last time. And all right, so but what is this thing and what am I doing now? Okay, so just a really quick recap on the prompt here. We have the username, that's you. You have boost, which is the host name. The host name is the name of the machine that you are on. That's a host. It's called a host. Okay. And it's also called a host server because you've connected to it. So again, I'm kind of dropping little pieces of network knowledge as we go rather than hitting you with all the same. We use a server and a client, and we talked about this before, but we use an SSH client. That's an application that you use to connect to a server, and the server is the one that says, okay, and lets you in and then lets you do things. You have web servers that let you in to give you web content. You have SSH servers, you have FTP servers, you have game servers, you have Minecraft servers, you have all of that, right? So some of that's pretty obvious to most of you, but it's worth saying. That's what this is. This is the host, or in this case, the host server, right? And over here, you see the prompt is the same. It just doesn't have color. Yeah, all this stuff that's spewing on the screen is called the message of the day, and it is dynamically generated these days on Ubuntu. A lot of that stuff is pulled in. You can people put the weather in there. They do all kinds of stuff. Some people just block it out and don't do anything. You do want to be sure to note things like whether you have to do connections, we have to upgrade your systems and stuff. And we did do that already. I'm not going to cover that again. How do you do that, by the way? How do you log in? How do you update your computer? Anybody remember the command? Hopefully you will have done it several times by now. I mean, I said before we ended the last time, this is what you need to do. Keep repeating this. Set up a new VM, do the installation over again, and then repeat. Do it over and over and over again. Apt upgrade. Good job. Apt update. Apt upgrade will upgrade all of your stuff. Apt update just grabs down like copies of the libraries and everything as you get ready to install. We covered that. Just make sure that everything we cover and that I talk to you about, that you spend time repeating it in whatever way you want as much as you can during the week. Because that is what's going to solidify all of the knowledge that's going to stick with you, okay? Okay, so repetition, mother of learning, yes. Повторение мать учения. Sudo apt update, sudo apt upgrade -y. Yep, there you go. So those are all great. All right, so let's go back through the prompt. As we said before, this looks like an email address. In fact, the only thing it's missing to be an email address is like .com or something, and that's by design. This is where email addresses came from. They came from the prompt, and this indicates the host. And before they used to send mail between hosts. That's how they did it. App list upgradable. Yep, that'll give you all the stuff that needs to be updated. That's a great one. All right, so again, the goal for today now, and I'm going to put a file marker on this. Where are all the files and why are they there? Okay, so I'm gonna put isosec here, timestamp, and okay. So we have that. Let's start talking about this now. We have 33 minutes to cover this. I don't think we're gonna need all of that. Okay, but we're gonna be learning a bunch of commands. There's some commands you've already learned, but I'm gonna list them again. So ls, right? How do you list? You know what? I need another window open so I can see my other one. I think we covered them all, right? I don't want to cover them again if you've already covered them. I'll just test you on it. So, maybe not. Did we cover it on the first day? Was it on the first? Was it on the second one? I know we covered it. I just can't remember. Yeah, there they are. Okay. Yeah, so we actually already covered most of the navigation stuff. So go back to week 1. And let's just review these really quick. So we're supposed to know these. You're already supposed to have practiced these. ls to list the files, pwd to see where you are, and cd changes directory. Okay, that's all I'm going to say about that, because I need to spend the rest of the time talking about the organization of the files, not how to see them. We already covered that. So let's do that, because we already covered that part. Okay, effect. What day is this? Is this the 4? Okay, let's put 04 here. We're going to learn how to do all this stuff that I'm doing right now too. And we're going to do teamworks. This is week 2, right? And then this is boost. All right, so we're on the boost system. So I am in the home directory. So the first thing you need to know about is the home directory. And let's do that. So what is a home directory? Anybody want to take a shot? What is a home directory? What's a home directory? What's its purpose? Why do they call it home? Anybody want to try? No real answers here. It's where your user files go. Okay. It's where your files live. It's for users to store their program files. Yep. Is there a home directory on Windows? Does Windows and Mac, do they have home directories? They do, right? They do, right? If you go on home directory, they have a home directory. In fact, it's the same kind of idea everywhere. And when we get to Go programming, there's a command called, there's a command in Go called os.userhomedir that will resolve the home directory differently depending on what one you're on. We're not going to talk about it right now. We're in the middle of a boost. So that's a great question on point. Save that for the break for me, okay? So what is a home directory? So a home directory is a place for a user to put their home files. I have a question, though. Here's a question. Why do I have to have a home directory? If it's just me on the computer, why? I mean, for some of you this might be obvious, but I'm going to ask the question anyway. Why is, if I'm the only one on the computer, why do I have to have a home directory? Hacker. It contains your files and your configuration file. Yeah, but why don't they just put that on the main directory? Originally, Unix was shared. Okay, that's a good one. Because you're part of a group, maybe. Yeah, that's another one. So, I mean, the easy answer here is that computers, traditionally, you have a place with permissions for your own users. Okay, and that's why I asked the question. Okay, that's really important. I'm glad you guys are getting to the answers here. You need to begin with something. Other directories are restricted so you don't break stuff. Okay, those are all perfect answers. Thank you. Okay, so the reason you need a user, the idea of a user being you, right? And you have the concept of a system is because you have other stuff, and this is super important if you're going to be a hacker, because one of the stages in hacking is escalation. And what that means is after you've gotten in penetration, you get in there and then you have to escalate privileges, and you got to get more privileges. You got to become admin, got root and all that stuff, right? So a user is, even if it's just one user on the system, there's still a user, and there's 3 main reasons for that, which you've covered. One of them is that the permissions of the user are less than the permissions of the system, or the administrator. And you can have a user who is an administrator, who has more permissions than other people, or who has commands, and we're going to do the sudo command and show you that, who can elevate their own permissions to say, okay, I want to do this super dangerous thing as admin. And anybody who's ever done a Windows install or even Mac or anything, it'll say, I'm sorry, you can't do that. You need to be admin or whatever. And it'll ask you for extra permissions. It'll ask you to pipe your password and escalate your permissions. So the primary continual reason to have your own user directory in a world where most people have only one user on the system, particularly in the world of containers. And we are going to only spend a short time on containers this year. We spent a long time on it last year. But containers are single user systems. A lot of times they don't even have a user account. They'll just have root, which can be dangerous. So that's another reason to do that, right? So the main reason today to still have a user is so that a user is separate in permissions from everything else and makes your system more safe. That's the primary reason. The secondary reason is historical, and that's because there used to be thousands. If you want an example of this, Carnegie Mellon, who does Pico CTF every year, at one point, I think they still do this, they set up a communal login system to do all of the challenges and everything. And at one point I was on there. It's the most users I've ever seen on a single system. There were like 35,000 users logged in at the same time. At the same time. And it was a really old school approach to Unix, but somebody else mentioned this answer as well. So old times, Unix, these systems, these computer systems were originally multi-user, and this shocks some people. This shocks people because they're like, they think that computers were always this personal computer idea, and that's not how computers started. They very, very expensive to use them, mainframes and things like that. And so in fact, people used to pay $100 an hour to even use a computer. And they use Unix timeshare. It's so interesting to read. And honestly, if you are like a computer file, you can go read about it. It's really amazing. In fact, this is a little fun rabbit hole to go down. But the reason that the personal computer revolution happened was because of accountants who were using VisiCalc. And they saw these accountants who were paying, weren't getting any time to do their spreadsheets. They were doing stuff with chalk and everything. It's crazy. And so these guys from the college, they're actually in Revenge of the Nerds. They're interviewed in there, or Return of whatever it is, Triumph of the Nerds. And so VisiCalc was what's called a killer app. And that's the first time the term killer app was ever used. It was an app that was so important that people were willing to buy the hardware to get the app. And that launched the PC revolution. And it's super interesting because up until that point, accountants were paying $100 an hour minimum to just run spreadsheet numbers. So like when you go to Google Calc or, you do your own Excel or whatever free version, free live calc or whatever, just consider how lucky you are because you used to have to pay money for that. And that's why users were multi-user. And they had to be multi-user because there was big dollar figures associated with you. If you ran a bunch of CPU, they would track that stuff. They don't do it so much anymore. But on the mainframe computers that originally were around, they would track how much computer processing time you use. And they still do this, by the way, on Amazon. This is why you don't see anybody doing machine learning stuff on Amazon because it's too expensive. So they buy their own GPUs and do it offsite. So that's quite a rabbit hole, but I want you to see where this came from. Thin clients was a thing. So that's the original reason that we have multi-users on them. And by the way, a lot of the things from that era still exist. So permissions is the biggest one, and we're going to spend the next 10, 15 minutes talking just about permissions, but there's some other kind of odd stuff that we're not going to talk about that's kind of fun. So resource constraints, auditing, there's all these extra things in Unix and Linux that have perpetuated since that time of being able to track how much business is being done on a computer. So nobody does it anymore, really, because it puts a burden on your computer just to track who's using what, how much memory they're using, how much CPU cycles they use and stuff. But you can actually turn that stuff on still. It's just kind of a fun little side note. You can still turn it on, and you can actually track, what's going on, not just, who's logging in and stuff. You can see how much somebody's spiking the system or how much money, and you could charge them if you wanted to, but obviously that's not what people do. But those ideas have all changed into like elastic computers and cloud and add a CPU and virtual machines and all that stuff. So it's all kind of evolved. But the pieces that remain that we care about are permissions above all, right? So your user ID, the fact that you have a user ID, that you have a home directory, and that's what spurred us off on this, and the fact that you have permissions, okay? And has anybody ever been on a multi-user system where it had really bad permissions? Okay, raise your hand if you've ever been like in college or something. If the system administrators don't lock down a multi-user system, it can get really interesting. It can get really interesting because, yeah, I mean, it's crazy. It's just crazy. So, what are permissions and why do I care? Okay, so yeah, find writable, exactly. So again, you know, the boost has always had kind of a hacker stint to it, but okay, so I'm gonna tell you right now. Okay, so I'm gonna put a related thing down here. So you guys know Pico CTF, yeah? Related. Is Pico CTF still out there? Let's go check. We got 20 minutes. I can just show you. Here's a related fun thing. This is a fun thing to do. If you want to learn about Linux and you want to use a free resource from one of the best colleges out there, Pico CTF, which is designed for high school kids mostly. Yeah, does John Hammond have a series on it? Yeah, John's amazing. He's one of my favorite people on planet Earth. He's just so giving and so talented, and I love John. And God knows I'll tell you if I don't love somebody. So this is it. This is Pico CTF. I don't want to go down that rabbit hole, but if you do want to go down that rabbit hole, that's a really great rabbit hole to go down. Okay. I have to say it. There's a security streamer that I asked them why they weren't recommending Pico CTF and even mentioning it, and instead of pushing the thing that they were getting sponsored for, and they banned me. I'm not even kidding. They banned me. Their mod banned me for asking the question. I was like, you know, there's this free resource and this free resource. You know, why are you pushing this? Why don't you tell people about that? And they banned me. So, so now you can, you know, not ban me. You can maybe go use it. You know, so whatever. You know, things happen. Okay, man, I get busy, right? So Pico CTF is great. I've gone through it with a lot of friends. There's stuff that's more, you know, web related. It does have a little bit of introductory Linux stuff, but not very much. That kind of stuff, I would, you know, the Try Hack Me's and the Hack the Box and that kind of thing. Those are still fun. The Try Hack Me had a really, really, really bad Linux introduction before, and I think I've heard that that's changed. I was watching AnyASCII go through it, another one of my favorite streamers, and so I'm not going to say anything there. There's we'll talk about that, but permissions, so we're talking about permissions, and so as soon as you start talking about permissions on directories, you're immediately talking about hacking. because that's the first thing a hacker is going to look for when they get on your system. They're going to run find -- writable or whatever. You know, they're going to, and we haven't learned find yet, but the first thing someone's going to do to attack you if they get on your system is look for bad permissions. So it behooves you, how's that for a word, to know the right permissions, right? So let's go do that. Alacrity. Why would you ask that question? So, all right. So we're going to go in here and we're going to start looking at permissions. And the way to look for permissions on the current home directory are ls-l. But you should know this. Let me test you on it. How do I look for the permissions on the current directory? I know we're going to get some wrong answers here. I don't want you to feel sad about it if you get it wrong. This is kind of a trick question. How do you list the directory? How do you list the current directory permissions? Long form. Do you have an L alias set? Yeah, got lots of options there. Lots of answers. Let's some more answers come in here. All right, got a lot of good answers there. I still haven't seen the one I'm looking for, though. I still haven't seen the one I'm looking for. All right, so let's try it. Let's try all your answers here, okay? So let's do this. LA. Yes, there it is, Snuggleuplicus. Snuggleuplicus gave me the answer that I wanted, even though let's try them all. Let's try them all and see, okay? So first of all, I want you to know that the L answer and the LL answer are acceptable, but those are aliases and they do not exist on Unix by default. So while it's fine for you to use them, do not memorize them. All right. It's let me show you. Type L, type LL. They're only there. They're only there because of Linux, particularly Ubuntu, which decided to put it in the standard. Okay. So if you were to take a test on this, you would miss that. Right. So I just want you to know that. Okay. So L, later. Yeah, it's an alias, and there we go. We just have it. We showed that. Okay, so ls-l it shows me the stuff in my directory, right? ls-al shows me all the stuff in my directory. But the question was, and I'm not trying to be nitpicky here. The question was, how do I see the permissions on my current directory? I didn't say the content of my directory. I know I told you it's a little subtle. I want to know the permissions of my current directory. The PWD shows me what my current directory is, but how do I see the permissions? I mean, look, we've got all these great, I mean, strictly speaking, ls-la does give it to you, but how can you, stat-a, nice answer. But please tell me, okay. So here, strictly speaking, this is an acceptable answer. Why? The ketone's got the one that I like. Okay, that's what I was looking for. LA dot. That just gives me, that's not what I want. ls dash ld dot, which you probably don't know already. Did I teach you? Did we teach you D? I feel so bad. I think I just made a big deal about a thing you don't know yet, which would not be unlike me. You don't know it yet. Okay, so use ls and ls-la. Okay. All right. Well, all right. So y'all were right, and I was wrong. The way I was wrong is because I was looking for this, but this is it. Can you see how that is still here? Shut up. So look at this one. That's a pretty, okay. Everybody look at the one that ZQ just wrote. Why does that work? Why does that work? Watch this. ls-ld. Why does that work? Because you never leave home, right? You never leave home. You can't get out of home. Home? Yep. Uh-oh. Okay. All right, so LD home. All right, so ls-la counts. I'll count that. That's what you've learned today so far. Here's the, but you would need to be able to say this one. What's the difference between this one and this one? I'll never leave home. It keeps looping back to the same directory, huh? It's important you know why that works that way. It's kind of tricky, huh? If you want to make yourself look like really cool and do nothing, you can do that kind of thing. So someone tell me the difference between, what's the difference? Oh, dot is up, right? That's a good way to think of it, right? So dot is parent. It's one up. It's a previous. Good job. Okay, y'all are right on track there. All right, so we can go there. Yeah, dot is the current directory. Dot is the parent. Great, good answers, everybody. It's fantastic. And so I guess I'm going to tell you about another switch here called LD. And when it comes time to scripting, you're going to want the D, right? And the reason you're going to want the D is because it's going to tell you, I only want this directory's permissions. I don't want all of its content. If you don't give a specific argument to it, it assumes the current directory, but it treats it differently. And you might not always want that, right? So you might just, I mean, if I do the L, I get the content. If I do LA is the content and L is the content, but I do LD and then it will only, I wonder what would happen if I try -D on something that's not a directory, like bar.md. Oh, that was weird. Why did that work? Is bar.md a directory? No, that's weird. I don't know why that is. It just does that. But the D will actually isolate out a directory as opposed to listing the content. So if you really want to read the full story here, just do man ls and it will tell you everything. Do not ignore directories starting with dot. Almost all. Do not list implied dot and dot dot. Oh, that's cool. Didn't know about that. Who's the author? Escape. I mean, there's a bunch of stuff here. We're not going to go into all of them. And generally speaking, I don't go into all of them. I always just look up in man. Okay. So use the long listing format. There we go. Ooh, print the index. Ooh, let's inode. We talked about inodes last time. Let's try it. What's inode index? Ooh, this is fun. I have never used that. At least I don't remember using it. I forget things. Now you can see the actual number in the inode table. Remember we talked about inodes? Here's a fun fact we learned last time. If the inode is under, who found it out? I'm going to give them credit. If the inode, wow, I have exactly 17,000 followers in this exact moment. I just noticed that. It's kind of weird. There's like lots of zeros at the end. So you have, if the inode, if a file is less than 1K or something, it gets saved in the inode table. It gets saved in the inode table. And I can't remember the size, but somebody shared that with us. They went in, they did kind of a rabbit hole thing, and they said, "Did you know?" So what that means is like when you have those like files that only have one word in them or something like that, and you're thinking, "Oh my gosh, if I have all these files with all of these one word things in them, it's going to take forever for it to read it." It actually doesn't, because they're all in the inode. They're, as soon as you open the directory, when you open a directory to stat the directory, you actually open those files. The content is loaded into memory automatically. It's just pretty cool. And I immediately wanted to go look at it some more. So if anybody wants to geek out on that, you can go for it. So that's what an inode did. And it's really important that we talk about an inode. So we did the directory thing. I didn't know that was a fun fact I learned from the stream. This is why I stream. I mean, because people bring in new knowledge to me all the time. So wire permissions. We talk about permissions. Let's keep talking about that. We did talk about. Thank you for that. So we do need to talk about inodes though. So I don't need to talk about it. We talked about inodes already. Just remember about inodes, because the reason it's so important to call it an inode instead of a file is because everything is a file. Strictly speaking, everything is an inode. And then we're about to go embark on what that is after permissions. Okay. So I'm going to actually put a thing here. Everything is an inode file. And we talked about it already, but I want to talk about it again, because when we go into /proc, you're going to understand why. All right. So, and I know this is, I'm not looking at time here. So we got 11 minutes. So let's finish for permissions. Okay. So permissions, we do, we learn ls-ld, look up the directory permissions on the current directory, directory permissions on current directory. And if we did 2 dots, it would be, what would that be? If it was 2 dots, you already know. All right, we already did PW, you know that? A lot of very small files and make memory. Yeah, you could. Yeah, you could. I know. I was like immediately, I'm always discovering cool things about Linux that I didn't know all the time. I've been doing it forever. Stat is nice for more info. Yes, probably not useful. Yes, stat, since everybody's mentioned it, you can do stat. You can stat a file. Stat for hacking is going to be a really important thing. And this, if you want to see the guts of an inode, use stat. So let's actually do that. Let's keep it high level though. So let's stat, foo, right? See all the details about the foo inode. And I'm not going to put file because it's an inode. LD works without the dot. Does it really? Let me try. ls-ld dot. Yep, it does. Yeah, that's nice. Okay, so you can do it with or without the dot, I guess. Okay. Dot, I guess. Let me put that there. Right. Good to know. You know what one that I did, I was like in my 40s before I found out. If I do cd / right, now I'm home. But if I want to go back home, I just do cd enter. Do you know how many times I broke my pinky doing tilde every time? We covered this already, but I love telling people this. CD's default is to set you back to your home directory. So you don't ever have to like make the long trip up to get the tilde to go back home. You can just do CD enter. It'll work. I know. I'm telling you. That's what I'm telling you. I found that out in the first year I started streaming. Somebody told me that. And I was like, what? Seriously, I mean, think about all the times you have CD'd tilde to go back to the home directory and you didn't have to. You know? Oh, by the way, doing you president's doing CD tilde. Yeah. The CD dash alters the directory. So okay, did we talk about that? Well, I mean, I'll put it here anyway, whatever. So CD dash change into previous directory. You have to have a previous directory, by the way. Yeah, we talked about push D2 last time. We're not going to do push D. We kind of have a thing about that. If you want to use push D, that's fine. Push D is more for scripting, and maybe we'll use it in a script, in my opinion. Push D just sticks it onto a stack, and then we have to talk about stacks and stuff. And I would like to talk. Push D is a really great way to introduce data structures and algorithms in a very high level way. So, but that's kind of what we're doing. Okay, so CD without anything else goes back. I think those are all in there. But let's get this. Let's do what we're supposed to be doing. Let's talk about permissions. Okay, so what are permissions? So ls-al or just L, and you see the permissions. We talked about this before, but if you notice RWX Rob, my name is a play on the permissions. And I feel like we talked about this already, but it may be just because I talk about it all the time. So we have RWX. We have 3 sets of them. We have another RWX right here. Whoops. How's it going? And then we have another one here. Yes. In PopD, yes. It's very nice to be able to do that. And so these here are the permissions for the user and the group. We haven't talked about groups yet, but everybody has a group. And this is for other or world. Okay. And so these together combined allow people to be seen depending on who's on the system. So if you're on a multi-user system like Pico CTF or something like that, or your university, you can go in there and you can go ls-ld and you can go to /home and look at my home directory. But if somebody else was on the system, I mean, I don't think anybody else is over here yet. So add one. Let's do one really fast. I'm just going to add a user really fast. Okay, so add user. Actually, add user is faster than user add. And it's different. Does anybody know? This is not part of the material. For those who know. Sudo. We haven't done sudo yet. We're going to do sudo, I promise. We're going to just add a user really quick. Only 1 or 2 names allowed. What? Oh. Duh. Add user sample. All right. If you use add user, it runs a Perl script and it does all the stuff for you that you normally have to do, but it does it interactively. Add user is not on Red Hat. Oh, okay. Add user. Interactively add a user named Foo. Not Red Hat. So that's good to know. I didn't know that. This is a Perl script. You really want to learn the proper commands for that. But if you're a beginner, yeah. Okay. If you want the file, you need to file them in octal. That's really cool. Nice tip. So we'll give it a password. But the reason I wanted you to see this is because I also wanted you to see what it's doing. Okay. And it's going to ask you the name, Rob. And this is like so old. It's like for school, right? Yes. All right. So let's look at what just happened. Okay. So for a user to exist on the system, and we'll get back to the permissions thing, but this is kind of some things happening here. We've got this. What is this? Right? What is this here? Right? What is this here? So I'm introducing a bunch of things here, and we're going to come back to it. But So let's keep that on the screen for now. What are we? 68.1.29. Are we 29? I think we are, right? Okay, so I've got another machine on here now. There's two of us. See, I got two accounts logged in with SSH. Yeah. And the permanent octal stat-c a. Let's put that one in our list. Should we do that? That's a great one. And lots of great tips from the community here. So let me see if I can find it. Wait, did I already screw it up? Oh, wait, here we go. Okay, so let's do stat-c. Do you know if that's a Unix command? To see octal permissions. And we haven't got to chmod yet, so let's stick with what we're doing. Okay, so all right, so we got the ls-a or -l on bar, and we can see the permissions when we talked about that, right? Okay, so let's break it down. So we have read and write permissions to the user with no executable permission. Now the executable permission is what allows it to run, and when we do scripts, we're gonna go into that in depth. So I don't want to talk about it right now very much. This other thing over here is kind of I think it's a sticky bit. It shows you things like, is it a directory? Does it have set UID PIT? Does it have special permissions? Is it a special block device? Lots of other stats and stuff about it. Normally you won't care about that when you're starting out, other than it's a D for directory, and it's just dash for regular file. Yeah, and then we have the idea of permissions. So the chat is talking about octal right now, so I'm going to at least mention to you, this is an opportunity for you to begin to understand why it's important to learn binary. And we are going to do binary when we start coding in Go. When we start coding in Go, we're going to make a binary counter. Hey, welcome. We're going to make a binary counter. We're going to talk about what octal is. We're going to talk about what hexadecimal is. We're going to talk about what bases are. All your base belong to us. We're going to go through all of that as a part of the exercise. So I'm not going to dwell on it too much right now, other than to say that octal is base 8. That means it's a number system that only has 8 digits in it. And if you don't know what your base is, pay attention in math class. Binary is base 2. There's only 2 digits that represent every possible number, 0 and 1. And a base 10, which is what we use all the time, is the regular number system that we have right now. So, and there's base 16, and so I'm just a really quick overview, but you can probably guess that these permissions are stored in a bit field. A bit field is a bunch of ones and zeros next to each other that are not used as a number. They're used as something else. And we're going to get into all of that when we get into coding. And that's actually what I'm doing Go instead of Bash, because in Go, we can really dig apart what all that stuff is. All right, we have 40 seconds left, and we've gotten a little bit more permissions. When we come back from the break, we're going to be doing chmod. We're going to be changing permissions. We're going to be breaking things and stuff, okay? And we will return back to octal and all of that later. As a beginner, please don't worry about understanding octal unless you want to do extra credit, because after we go through what octal and binary and everything like that are, then it's actually safer. And we're going to talk about that when we get to chmod right after this. Okay. So I'm going to go ahead and start the break now. So again, 12 minutes of break so that we can go for another 54 minutes without anything. Some of you won't be able to hear me unless you sub or whatever, but that's Twitch's thing, not mine. So I'm going to go take a break and get a drink. I'll be right back. If you have any questions, this is the time to shoot the breeze and do all of that. I'll put the music on as well. Ready, go. There we go. Yeah, we're absolutely for sure going to talk about that. We can't talk about that though until we know how to edit files. So that's why I'm waiting. All right. Let's do permissions first. We'll get there today though, for sure. All right. So we got our new session. We're going. I apologize if I got burned toast in my teeth. I mean, this is the opposite of a polished YouTube video. I'm just telling you right now. All right. We added the new user. We're back on permissions. Let's talk schmod. And this is one of those commands that some people choose to pronounce and others don't. And so, yeah. Change the permissions on a file. All right, so schmod stands for change. And I'm not putting it up here because I kind of want you to read it as a review and then kind of remind yourself rather than get the answer right away. So we're going to do a bunch of stuff with schmod. And as anything, you can go back and you can read all about schmod by reading. I call it schmod or chmod. I don't know, change mode, right? So it's schmod. And if you want to read about it, you can manage schmod. I mean, I'm just doing the kind of things you would do. Let's read about it. This man page consists of a new version of schmod. Schmod changes the file mode bits of each given file according to mode. Now, this is one of the things about man pages that's annoying, so I'm glad we're reading it. Man pages automatically assume that you're a computer science whiz. And that makes it very hard for beginners. You don't even know what a bit is, some of you. You definitely don't know what a file mode is. And these are all things about the octal notation and everything. It says to make a symbolic representation, go to the octal number representing blah, blah, blah. I mean, the average person is going to read that first paragraph and go, I don't know what that is. So you might want to go do an internet search instead. I'm going to do one from the command line, which I will teach you how to do. What is schmod? Let's do another question answer from the internet. The internet tells us in Unix and Unix-like systems, I'm using here. We covered this, but I can answer it later. Yeah. In Unix and Unix-like operating systems, schmod is the command and system call which is used to change access permissions of file system objects. It is also used to change special mode flags. The request is filtered by a UMask. So that is actually a much happier answer to that. And that's the answer you would get from DuckDuckGo if you went and searched there. That's my favorite search engine. We are going to cover that. We have to cover scripting before we can cover how to make your own command line search using links, but this is coming. So, but I did want to give you that. That's what that's about. So you can go look that up. All right. I'm going to close that window. And so schmod is for changing permissions. Now, there's like a raging debate among Unix people since the dawn of time whether to use octal notation or extended or standard notation. And as a beginner, I'm going to suggest that you not use octal notation. And I'm going to get yelled at by somebody because they're going to say it's easier, it's more precise, whatever. I actually think it's more dangerous to use octal notation unless you really know what you're doing. And the reason for that is because when you specify the permissions by indicating the number, it changes it to that exact number. But a lot of times you don't want to do that. A lot of times you want to alter the permissions. And by the way, the permissions on a directory are different than on a file. And so let's get to that. So if we're here and we want to change these permissions on bar, let's say I don't want everybody on the system to see bar. In fact, let's practice with that. So I'm going to go change. I'm going to pretend like I'm logging in as that other user. And we can actually do that now. Let's do that. SSH 192.168. Remember, I made a new user, right? So 1.28. So let's pretend I'm some other user, right? And I'm going to, what do we call it? Sample. So sample I type my password. And now I'm sample, right? So sample's on the system. And sample's going to try to hack me, right? So sample's going to say, we got this home directory here, right? I'm going to cd up one level, parent, you know that already. Now I'm going to ls, and I see, ooh, there's two things here. ls-l, ls-ld, what do we got? So the home directory is owned by root. You see this? It's owned by root. Files and photos for different semantics is a bad idea. I agree. LPG, I completely agree. And the X means completely different things when it's on a directory. And we can get into what that is later. I'm pretty sure it's just that you can list the contents of the directory. And there are situations where you can go in a directory, but you can't list the directory content. And in the old days, people would use this for FTP to use security by obscurity by making things that were weird names. Sometimes you need to fix bad perms, yes. And so let's take a look at here. And then we have these directories that have X now. These directories are not readable by anybody else. They're only readable by the user and the group. Okay? So, yeah, they have terrible default perms. Yeah, they do. So watch what happens if I try to go in there now. So I'm going to try to hack me. I'm pretending I'm a bad guy, and I'm going to go try to hack me. So home rbx rob. Uh-oh, permission denied, right? Can't go in there because why? Because it's not listed, right? Now let's see if I can get even sneakier. Can I ls-l home rbx rob /bar.md? Let's pretend like I knew that file was there. Nope, still can't see it. Can't do nothing with it, right? Now, what if my permissions were busted, right? What if my permissions on my home directory were not good? What if they were like, and I'm going to do that. I'm going to change it. So I'm going to chmod my directory. I'm going to break it. Don't do this. I mean, you can do it, but know what you're doing. So I'm going to make my directory world readable. So I'm going to say plus R on dot, which is the directory, right? And I do ls-ld, and you see that there's an R there, right? So now I can do that. I can do this. I can go back here, and oh, still can't see it. What the heck? So if I do ls-l on that, oh, look at that. That's some funkiness, isn't it? Anybody know why that is? That's actually relatively new. Yeah. So I can see that there's stuff in there, but I can't see any information about it. So, and that's because directories have to have the X if you want to list them. So if we add the X to the directory, and this is what somebody was complaining about earlier, now I can actually see everything about it. What have we learned? We've learned that the X on a directory means you can see the contents of the inode directory. Yeah. But maybe sensitive info. Yeah. Yeah. So that is what we're talking about. Now, it's relatively new. In fact, up until very recently, you didn't see anything in there unless there was X on it. Directory traversal. Yeah. X marks the spot. So X allowed me to see the files. Now, can I edit the files? Let's try that. So let's pretend like this system is bad, right? So can I go into it? Let's see if I can go into it. So home rbx rob, and I'm going to go in there. I'm in your home directory. What? Look, I can list your files. Oh, this is awesome. I'm going to try to remove a file. So let's use a new command that you've never used before. All right. So R is not, what are you talking about? I don't even know. Let's try. You know what? Why don't you experiment with it? So let's try something. Let's keep the X on there, but let's take the R off. Let's see what happens, right? Can I still see it? No. So is there a way to undo the RM command actions with root permissions? No, there is not. Be very careful. Be very careful. So there's no like undo in Unix and Linux. It's just, no, it's not a thing. There is in VI, but not in, hey, look at this. Now I can't list it anymore. Right? Now, this is what's really weird though. So watch this. Do ls bar.md. And now do ls. Now do ls dash l bar.md. Take a look at that really carefully. I'm going to pause for a second. I want you to understand what's happening there. What did I do? Let's look at everything up here, right? The first time I couldn't even go in there. And then I added an R on the directory, but no X. And I could see what was in there, but I couldn't see anything about its permissions. Right? And then what did I do? And so I went in there and I was having fun. And then I said, okay, let's try this. And so I took away the R. Right? And you can actually look at that. So you can do LD dot and it'll show you. So look at this weirdness. In fact, I took the R away from everything because I'm an idiot. That was dumb. I made a mistake. Don't be me. What did I do wrong, everybody? This is your chance to make fun of me. What did I do wrong? I know how to fix it, so, But what did I do wrong? Hey, Head Tennis. What did I do wrong, everybody? You can learn with me as I make these dumb mistakes because I'm just not even thinking. You can't read anything, right? So this is... Okay. So what did I do wrong? All right. So the moral of the story is that I am not saying which thing. And this is kind of a good lesson for everybody to learn here. Okay. So here's this is the user. This is, thank you for rating het. We're in the middle of a pomo. So I'm kind of going fast and we're doing a boost. Welcome, Raiders. So here we go. We got RWX, right? So this is user. This is the group here. And this is the other or the world group, right? And I made some big mistakes here. And I made some big mistakes because I'm lazy. And I want you to see why I made the mistakes. You're not me. If you want to add execute to all of them, to this one, and this one, you just put plus X. And that adds executable to everything. And so before, it already had the X on there, right? And then I took the mesh. I was like, okay, well, I'll just do minus R, right? And I made plus R, which these two already had R. Whoops, where are we? The other two already had R, and so I add R to the whole thing. And then I did minus R. And what did I do? I really screwed myself, right? So now I can't even read my own directory. I can, right? And I can change it and everything, but so I have to add it back. So here we go. Here is how you add specifically, very surgically, read permission to a specific, and we'll talk about the other ones. We're going to add read permission to a specific directory. So we're going to say chmod, and we're going to say plus R, right? But before the plus, we're going to put U plus R dot, right? And that will make it so that only the user has read permission on there. Now, we probably want to add the group back. We haven't talked about groups much. If you notice, the group is the same name as the user. This is a normal thing. We're going to get to Etsy password when we talk about Etsy files in a bit, but we're not getting there yet. This is a boost stream. Yeah, we're doing a beginner boost. So you can go read about that. And we're on week 4, actually. Why do they call it octal if there's only 3 groups? Because each one is I think each one is an 8-bit octal. So this is 8-bit, 8-bit, 8-bit. So yeah. And I'm trying really hard not to get there. So another way to fix the perms on this, if you know what you want to do, it would be to just do this. Don't do this, but you would do 755. And the reason, I mean, people have been doing this for a while. They memorize the octals for certain things. And with the default UMask, which we're not even going to talk about, it will do this. It will make it so that it's what you want, right? And if you put 0, it'll fix it. So rather than going through the surgical addition of U and all that other stuff, let me go back and make the mistake I just made again, though. So here's R dash. I'm going to take away read permissions. Okay, and oops, wrong thing. LD is way different. That's not what you want. All right, so see, I don't have read. Now, how do I add read permission to the group? Is it 3 bits exactly? I couldn't remember. Yeah, you're right. It's absolutely 3 bits. What am I talking about? Yeah, because it's 2 to the 3rd, right? Yeah. All right, so if you do G plus R, right? So, and you can combine those two together. So you can do chmod UG plus R, right? Oops. And I have to have a thing to do it to. And we can look, and then we got them back, right? Thought you had Schmod down until there's a lot going on in there. I'm telling you. I think they call this symbolic notation versus octal notation. And then, oh yeah, thank you for the reminder, LBG. And so let's say, oh, I want to lock this down, right? What happens? So tell me what is going to happen. What would happen if I did a Schmod minus X? That's the wrong thing, right? What if I just want to remove the user? Now that we know that other is O, how would I remove the listing the directory permissions? Yeah, so, and it's not execution. X stands for execution on files, but not directories, right? So we want to get rid of it. So we want to say O minus X dot. There we go. And now we do ls-ld, and we see that our directory is back to where it was, and it's restored, and everything's good. Nobody died. Just for the record, it's very commonly, still very commonly used to create a directory in which people can download files and copy files if they know the name, but they can't list files. And we saw that situation earlier, right? Did you see that situation earlier where I was able to copy the file? Here, see this? See right here? I tried to list the directory content and I could not do it. But then when I tried to list a specific file, it's like, yeah, you can see the file as long as you know the file name. So this is a really interesting thing about Schmod. If you're a hacker, it's a really great vulnerability to know about, because you can brute force. If you have access to the system, you can brute force permissions like this, and you can break in to them thinking that their stuff is secure. Anybody who does this to secure their files by thinking they're going to name them some crazy name is just waiting to be hacked. And so that's a really great way to escalate permissions, because they're probably putting something in there they don't want anybody to get to, and they think that this is a smart way to do it. They used to do this with FTP all the time. With FTP, people would submit like secure data as files into these FTP servers with these weird names, and you could totally brute force that. Okay, so brute force means just guessing so many names really quickly that eventually you discover all the names. And if you don't know what I'm talking about, there's a program called GoBuster which will do that same thing to websites. So if you try to hide the name of a web page and not link to it at all, it's easy to find. It's trivial. So S in permissions means usually, it depends on where it is, but security by obscurity is a fail. It's a major fail. And sometimes it's okay, but usually it's not. You know, security by obscurity is just making it hard for people to guess, but it's really, it's based on the false premise that people can't guess fast, quickly. And believe me, they can. So don't do that. But now you know why, right? So I went kind of down that rabbit hole because it's a security related thing. But you know, you might be asked that question at some point. It's like, why is it bad to be able to list a directory content and I mean not to list it and still see the files, right? Somebody might try to deploy that in an architecture. Now you can tell them why it's a bad idea. All right, so we did Schmod and we did symbolic notation, right? So and I'm just gonna let you look at it all, and then you know, so I guess we could I mean, I don't know. Let's put a couple samples here. So we could do plus X foo say make foo file executable by everyone, by specifically user, group, and other. Okay, so Schmod minus R foo. We could say make foo. Let's do unreadable by other. Now, here's something interesting. What happens if you? This is really interesting. I never remember it perfectly. I have to go do it again. But what if foo is actually in the group? Can they see it? This is a weird one for Schmod. I'm kind of going down the Schmod rabbit hole, but I really love it. So this is because Schmod is like at the core of hacking. I mean, understanding these permissions is really at the core of hacking. There's a really crazy scenario where you can actually block groups from seeing a file. And it's kind of on the side. We're not going to talk about sticky bit right now. Yeah, set ID and sticky bit is not a conversation for today. Actually, we will mention it, but I don't want to go. This is a boost, so I don't want to. That's more for the security people after they learn basic permissions, right? Okay, so, but we are going to spend it because this is hackery stuff. Watch this. Okay, so if I'm on the system, and I have this is a weird scenario, so I have to like recreate it. All right, so let's say that this file has, God, I can't. It's gonna be hard to do. It has something to do with like when you have the group, when the world has read write on it, so they can read it. But if you take away readability from the group, right? And there's a weird case where it actually blocks you. So even though you might be the owner of something, but it doesn't work if you're the user because you always have access to it. So I'm trying to figure out how to do it. We would have to add, I don't know if this is worth doing, but it's kind of fun. So sudo, here, let's see, sudo, what is it, AG guys? Is it group add? It's user mod. You don't have to worry about this. It's dash AG sample into the RDBX group. I think. No, RDBX Rob sample. I think that's it. I don't remember, but I have to look it up every time. If that works, then when we log back out and log back in, I should be able to type groups. And yeah, so now I am a member of this group. Now, adding users to groups and stuff is kind of outside of the scope of the boost. You can go manage groups and figure all that stuff out. I don't want to go down too deeply into some of this stuff because it will take forever. I mean, we'd be doing all of Linux administration if we did that. So, but adding yourself as a group, you can also run ID too. Yeah, that'll show you all the stuff that you have. And by the way, I had to log back out and log back in, right? So here's the interesting thing, right? So let's go back into RWX Rob's home directory. I can see everything now. Why? Why can I see everything now? Because I am now a member. Sample is now an official member of RWX Rob, right? Now, one of the weird cases that I want to practice is when you take read access away from the group. So, let's try that. Let's say, how would I do that? So it would be chmod g minus read from dot. I'm going to do ls-ld dot ls enter. Can't see it. ls bar dot md. Okay, so that's what we would expect. That's what we would expect. Now, here's a weird thing. Let's say, let's take the X away too, just for fun. All right, so we want to get that group really, we want to make this particular one like safe. So let's do chmod g minus x as well on the directory. Again, x on a directory means be able to list all the stuff in it. So then we do ls-l, and I can't see anything. ld, I can't even see that. ls-l bar.md, can't see that either. I can't see anything. Now, let's make it home accessible. And this is the weird permission you almost never see in the wild, and that's why I want to try it. It's kind of fun for me. So ls-le dot, right? So let's do this. Chmod other plus read and execute. All right. Now we have like really weird permissions. I mean, seriously, you would never see this in the wild. This is like okay, this group has no permissions. Users got permissions and world has permissions, but the group has no permissions. What happens to people that are members of that group? I'm curious. ls. Can't see anything. ls-a-l. Can't see anything. ls bar.md. Can't see anything. So let's do this. Let's add a new user to the account who's not in the group. So this is actually an interesting case. So watch. So let's make a new user. So sudo, even if the system runs on a different system. No, it's not permissions. No, it's, well, not always. I mean, there's permissions is a big part of it. Escalating permissions is always a big part of hacking. So sudo, and I'm not a pro hacker, so you might, yeah. Let's try this. So sudo add user, random. Let's say, Rando. We'll call him Rando. And by the way, I mean, we should probably put add user in there. Oops. Rando already exists. Oh, shoot. Sudo password. See, I don't know how many of these we should actually cover. I guess we need to cover them all right now. Let's cover creating a new user. Let's put that in the list in the boost. I didn't want to, but it's so useful for you. So let's go ahead and do it. I'm all over the place, I know, but I don't care. So we need to change the permissions of the file. Sudo add user. Okay, let's change the password to a user. Password foo. Change the password for foo. You can just do sudo password. Change own password. Okay. And sudo password root. Don't do that. Yeah. All right. So let's go back to, I mean, I'll probably lock myself out anyway. I'm having fun here. All right. So wait, where are we? Do you already do the user add? Where was it I did that? All right, here we go. So sudo password rando, it exists. Sudo password for rando. I think I killed it before it added everything else. Yeah, I'm just going to delete it. Sudo del, I think it's del user rando. We're done. Oh, we should probably do that. Let's put that in the list since we're just having fun here. Where's my list? Where did my list go? Where did my list go? Oh. Here. Okay. Del user foo. Again, this is not Red Hat, but it's nice and easy for beginners to practice, like creating user permissions and stuff. Okay. Getting root is often goal hacking. It means you have full perms. Yes. Yeah. Getting root, it means you own the system. You literally own it, or admin or whatever you want to call it. So okay. So we got that. Let's do a rando thing again. Where's our rando? Where's rando? I can't find it. Okay, here we go. Add user rando. Hopefully I hope you're doing this with me. You should be playing around and doing stuff. All right. So now I'm going to pack the password right this time. New password, password. I just push enter for these. I don't care. And you're probably wondering where all that stuff is written, and I'm going to show you in a second. Okay, so now we have another extra user on the system. So let's log in as that person. So rando at 192.168.1.29, which we got from our console, or remember at the beginning, password. And now we're logged in as rando. And we type W. We got lots of people on here. Oh my gosh, this system's getting really busy now. But watch what rando can do that sample can't. Can anybody guess? Can anybody guess? What is rando going to be able to do that sample can't do? I'll give you a hint. I think. I could be wrong. I'm hoping it's true because this is one of the things I've always thought was kind of curious. I haven't done it in a long time because it's very odd. You normally wouldn't encounter this, but it's kind of a thing. So first of all, this has no group permissions, right? So if I'm going to go in here, right? So I'm going to go in here as rando. And I'm going to type ls. Oh my gosh. ls-a. Whoopsie. Have your fingers in the right place. All right. So someone tell me, why can rando see everything and sample can't? There's a hint. There's a hint. Why can rando see everything and sample can't see anything? Because of this very, very weird case where I can't keep track of these anymore. So right? Because of the permissions group, exactly. So because this is something that I guarantee you could ask a senior admin like me. I almost couldn't even remember it just today. Ask any Unix senior admin, how can you stop a group from seeing a directory that is otherwise world permissions? That's how you do it. You put everybody you want to ban from seeing the thing into a group, and then you make the thing owned by that group. And then anybody who's in that group has those permissions. What this means is that the group permissions win over the other permissions, the ones that seem to be more permissive, right? And this is actually acting like a blacklist. Exactly. That's a great way to put it. That's a perfect way to put it. Random can see but can't execute. I don't think so. I mean, I couldn't see it. Oh, random. Well, we haven't done executables at all yet. We haven't done that yet. And I'm pretty sure they can execute it. We haven't tried that yet. We're just looking at the file, right? And so it's kind of like a blacklist is what it is. And if you want, now I had to tell you right away that is not common. It's like user group world, which permissions are higher priority, inclusive versus. I think, and I only know this through trial and error, and I encourage you to get us definitive answers on this. When we add a user to Docker group, yes, sort of, right? But the thing is, when you add a user to a Docker group, you're just adding it to the group. You're not doing it to ban anything. You're doing it to give it extra permissions. Normally, and that's why this is kind of a weird case. And I don't want to dwell on it too long because you will never see this. I have never once encountered this case in the wild where people have actually used this to ban people. I've done it on accident. And, like you're like, what the heck? Because you're in a group and you're like, oh, okay. So I think the answer to this, and somebody can confirm this for us, is that the group of permissions win over the other permissions if you're a member of that group. Now, if I want to block rando, all I have to do is add them to the group, right? And etc. So that's kind of a weird use for groups in general. To tell you the truth, in 2022, people very, very rarely use groups. In fact, the only time I know of in an enterprise environment where it's common to use a group right now is the Docker group. And that's to get around a Docker security vulnerability and problem that's been around for years. The Linux kernel source code, I know. So I just want to put that. Not even sudo group. I don't know about that. Well, okay, so the sudo group is another group. So Docker group, sudo group. Okay, so actually let's talk about sudo now, okay? So now that we've talked about groups, this is a natural segue into another command, probably the most important command that you'll use next to, for this kind of thing, and that's sudo. And does somebody want to pull up the xkcd thing about sudo and put the link in the chat while I'm doing this? Someone find this. I think we already talked about sudo once, but I'd really love for somebody to pull that up again. It's really funny. It's a t-shirt. Yeah, did you get it? Isn't that funny? Okay, so this is the age-old joke. It's been around forever. So, and you've seen me doing it all along, and I believe we've already talked about it, but I'm going to talk about it again. So we need to have sudo. So what does sudo do? Sudo says, and And okay, so I think we've covered permissions. Let's leave permissions alone for a bit. Wait, you know what? Before we go to sudo, let's do one more thing with permissions. What does the X mean when it's on a file, right? So what does the X mean on the file? So I don't know. Let's just experiment. Chmod, I don't know, plus X. That's everything, right? On bar.md. What is that going to get us? Well, why it changed color? Anybody know why? I always do that. Anybody know why it changed color? Why did it change color? Because it's an executable, right? And so I'm going to give you like a 60-second summary of what that does, but we're going to hit this in full when we start doing bash scripting. And maybe we'll hit some of that today. All right. So if I were to write a script, and you don't know how to use VI or any of that yet, we're going to get there, I promise. So we're going to write a script really quick. Right? Actually, we can write a script by using the echo command, which is another command. Let's add that to the list, okay? What does echo do, everybody? Anybody want to take a chance? Echo foo write foo to standard output. It's like print. Yeah. Okay, so we can do echo foo there, and it combines them if you don't put brackets around. You can put quotes around them and everything. I'll just teach you that one really quick. You're going to be doing that a ton. So we're going to do that. We're going to do echo. We're going to do echo. This is kind of fun. We can do echo hello world, and we're going to write that to a file. That's what this redirect means, which we'll talk about. We're going to do file redirects later today, and we're going to write that to a file called hello or greet. How about that? All right, so now we have a file called greet, and that's a program. Boom. If you want to see the content of the file, type cat greet, and that'll show you everything in the file. So we just learned another thing, right? Cat greet. Foo, write content of foo to standard output. So that concatenates, yeah. Yep. A foo file. And there's lots of variations on this. We're going to go down to echo and cat land a lot. We don't have time to do it right now, but so, and now he's like, oh, hey, look, I wrote a program. Well, what happens if I run the program? Greet. Enter. Does it run? No, it tries to tell me there might be another program, but I can't find it. And I'm like, oh, that's right. I got the path wrong. It must be /greet. And we haven't gotten into executables yet, but we will. And it's like, oh, well, I can't permission denied. Okay, we're getting warmer, right? Again, we're not talking about shebang lying on purpose, in case anybody's wondering, because I don't want to go there yet. So, and then we're going to do chmod plus x /greet, which is the real lazy way to do it. That's going to make it so anybody on the system can run it. And now I can do /greet, and I get hello world, and it runs. Okay, so that is the 60-ish second, 90-second summary of executable permissions on a file. Okay. Now, when we start writing scripts and we get into hacking, there are some other weird permissions. One of them is setuid. And if you're going to be a hacker, you're going to learn to use setuid all the time. And it is a special permission that can only be set on a binary file. I mean, it can be set on a non-binary file. We don't even know what that is yet. That's why I don't want to go there. So you can make when a program runs, it runs as somebody else. So while it's running as somebody else and not the person who started it. Okay. So if you ever hear anything like that, it's called setuid. And somebody asked what S was, and that's what it stands for. Knowing how to run and find and discover stuff that's running a setuid and how to write safe setuid scripts as a developer is super important. If you want to hack, it's like the greatest gift on earth is to find somebody who's running setuid incorrectly. It runs as the user who owns the file. Yes. Yep. There you go. And it's actually exactly how sudo works. So let's actually look at sudo. That's a great one. And let me give you another command here. Okay, so here's one. Which foo? Let's say print, I guess. Print the path, full path to file path to the executable foo. Now we call things that can be run or executed executables. It's not like executed like off with their head executed. It's like executed, you know. So why is that interesting? Because now we can start to combine things. Let me show you. And then we're going to slowly getting into the Unix way of doing things. So we're going to combine them. We're going to say pwd, you know, it shows us this. We could say which sudo, right? I say, oh, okay. Now I know where it is. Let's see what its sudo's permissions are. We could do ls -l user bin sudo. Ooh, what's up with this red? Oh my gosh, what is this fancy thing right here? Right? So this is one of the most secure files on the planet, and it has to be. Why? Because this file starts out running as root, which means when this program, when sudo starts running, it's running with full root permissions. This is, if you see a file like this on a system, you need to thank your lucky stars and get ready to cash out on the pen test or whatever. Because if anybody ever left a SUID root file like this unguarded, and this is, you know, PicoCTF, Hack the Box, all of them, they all have this thing where you can attack, right? So yeah, exploit that they had the mark on the GTOF bins. Yes, there's a ton of them. So you can actually run a program. We'll show you how to do that. It will show you every single setuid program file on the entire machine. And you can own those machines pretty quickly. That's called escalating privileges, right? You're just a standard little low-life user, and now you got root. Okay, so you got all this stuff, but you're looking for things like this so that you can pwn them and run them. And what's the one? Over the wire. Over the wire is a nice free thing that has a lot of setuid in it if you want to practice doing that. I don't want to dwell on it too much because it's not really a thing for boosting. It's just super cool, and it's yeah. To harden your server to use Ubuntu Advantage, yes. There was a serious privilege escalation bug in sudo for 10 years, so not so secure as all C programs. Yeah, thank you for that, Frank. I mean, that's been a problem for a very, very long time. Not every COD program is bad, but it is highly suspicious. Yes, there are suspicious. And some of them actually have to be done. That's the game, more game, thanks. Some of them actually have to be this way. So like, imagine having a system that you know, like mail FTP servers. Can you believe this? Web servers used to run as root. I know it sounds crazy, but they used to run as root. And let's talk about other users on the system for a second. Okay, so we talked about setuid. We talked about how to change permissions on a file. We talked about dangers of setuid, what that is. And I'm going to put a thing here. I mean, when we talk about permissions, and this is kind of security focused, I want people to know, you know, where to go for this. So let's see, that was about 4 minutes ago. So let's put that there. And stuff. Actually, let's put bandit in here. Yeah, let's put over the wire bandit. Thank you for that. I mean, you're getting to the point where you can actually start using your Linux skills to play the war games and the stuff. You can start, you know, fleshing out your Linux skills, playing some games and having fun. All right, 2021. Any system older than 2021 you can get root on if you have sudo access. Another reason that people don't have multi-user systems. Yes, that's another one. Yes, another great use of that. Great stuff, everybody. So, yeah, you don't actually. I think to change your own password, you don't even need sudo. Actually, there we go. So what were we going to do? We were going to do sudo. We're going to which. Oh, let me show you the first case where you can combine two things together. And I'm trying to give this to you a little bit of time. So let's do this. Let's combine. Remember that which I just did, right? I did which sudo, and I was like, man, I don't want to have to type that. So instead of typing it, you can just put backticks around it if you want. And there's one other way to do it. We're going to use both ways. I don't want anybody to get panicked. There's two ways to do this. And now we can just ls that. Okay? That's the first time you've seen the combination of things. Now, the exact equivalent of this is this. And this is what you should probably use. It's more, particularly in a script. when you're writing scripts, that's what you're going to want to do. Did it say add? Okay, let me grab that. Thank you for that. I know this is slow, but this is better because people are going interactively delete. All right, so and I'm going to give you this one for free. So I'll say ls which sudo and it's like this will, what will that do? Oops. You know what? I'm just going to use this part. The backticks are kind of a fast way to do it, but they have problems. And we'll talk about that when we script, but the problem is they can't nest. That's the main problem. So this says list perms -l for sudo command. And I want you to just understand what's going on there a little bit at a time. They're both command substitution. Yep. Programmable command substitution. Yes. Okay. I'm giving you a little taste of what we're going to hit later, and so that it can kind of all come together. I don't want people to feel like they're not getting anything, All right. So we've covered perms pretty well. There are some really, really weird permissions out there, and I don't know if this is the time to do it. We need to dive into the file system, but the reason I wanted to show you the permissions so fully like this is that the next thing we're going to do is we're going to go take a tour of all of the files in the whole entire Linux directory structure. And so when we go into places like /proc and we do ls-l, you're going to be like, oh my gosh, what are these things? You know what I mean? It's like, there's like all different kinds of files here. And when we go into /dev, and we say ls, what the heck, ls-l, what the heck, what does this C mean? So you see how there's all these weird things? These are actually character block special devices, I'm pretty sure. And you're going to see things that have, there's a thing called a sticky bit, which is an additional thing. So there's all of these extra mode flags that can be added to an inode. You know what an inode is, right? An inode is an entry in a file system table, which is more commonly referred to as files and directories. But as we can see, as we're going to see really exhaustively here after the next break, we're going to see all kinds of files all over in Linux that are not files as you would think of them, like when you open a file to edit text or something. And that's really going to be key. And I really want you to get that, because you can't grok Linux and Unix. You can't understand it until you get that. It's super important. Yeah, ls for symlink. There's a bunch of them. In fact, during the break, if you want to dive down here, just do man schmod or do man ls, and you'll be able to see the different types of files there are. You could probably do man stat. That will give you the stat. This will show you the different files that are there. You can't nest backticks. Yeah, I mean, yeah, no, not in any way that anybody would want you to do. I mean, it might be physically possible, but I would never do it. So anyway, did you know they all have different string syntax too? Different double quote. I only recently learned that. Yeah. Yeah, there's always something in the man page that you don't remember. Right. And if you want to print all these things. So, I mean, there's always more to learn. That's kind of the name of the game here. And that's why we're kind of going through the main ones. Is there anything we can cover in 4 minutes that we haven't covered with regard to, we talked to set UID a little bit. We talked about changing permissions on a file. We talked about permissions on a file or directory. We should probably put directory or file. We talked about the difference between X on a file versus a directory. And what's up about that? Yeah, from Chris. Oh yeah, syskernel. Absolutely. Yeah, Chris Nova knows a lot about that stuff. Yeah, she's done kernel development. And I mean, I wrote a module once, just put Hello World out in the console when it booted. It was nothing. So I haven't been compelled to do more than I did buy, I wanted to do module device driver development at one point, but just never went anywhere. They're just not working it. It's fun if you're hacking things though. If you want to hack stuff, you need to know that stuff. But yeah, and your bunch of servers switched IP addresses on me, and somehow it's IPv6 now. It may be crazy. It might be. It might be. It might be. And that's why you have to use a console. So I had to do that today. I got burned by that because I was playing, the beginner game here, and I was like, okay, I don't know my IP. I haven't set a static IP. I mean, a reserved IP in DHCP. And so I had to go in and I had to do IPA. Here's how you look up your IP, by the way. IP space A. I think we covered that, but I'm going to put that in the notes. IP space A. What's the loopback device? A little bit of a review. Let's review with a little bit of time we have left up. What is a loopback device? Look up IP addresses. What is a loopback device? What is the difference between LO and all the other ones? These notes always get saved in the videos. Localhost, right? What happens if I try to SSH to localhost? Who will I connect to? What will I connect to? If I SSH to localhost or 127.0.1, 0.0.1, what do I connect to? You connect to yourself, right? Did I tell you the story about the people that did it? They actually did a release and everything. They did an IPO and all that stuff, and they published on the Twitter feed and everything. They published a localhost address for a new website. That actually happened. They forgot to change it because it was like a local thing. Yeah, just remember that story, and just every time you try to connect to yourself, but sometimes connecting to yourself is a good thing. I know sometimes you just need to be with yourself. Works on my machine, exactly. It's like the ultimate works on my machine. It really is. It is. That's so funny. Shown versus Schmod. We haven't talked about shown. Let's do that. In the last 2 minutes, let's cover shown. I don't use shown ever. So, but it's worth talking about it. So shown, foo, rando. Change ownership. When I use shown, it's usually shown-r and it's user and group. Change ownership of foo to rando. Right? Let me show you this. This is actually kind of an important one, but it's super dangerous. Can I show you this really, really dangerous one? Did you do -CA to get colors? Oh, I'm on colors. I haven't done colors. IPA is a pretty new one. IP-CA. Ooh, colors. I didn't know I had colors. Now I think of it. That's what Kali Linux must be alias to that, because that's what it does. Kali has got the colors by default. That's cool. Thank you for that. I like that. Thank you very much. That's a great thing to take a break with. Let's just do shown. Actually, no. When we come back, we'll do shown. All right. So let's do a break here. And when we come back, we'll do shown. How do I change a user or group of file directory? Okay, we'll cover that when we come back. There's actually something really important to cover when we go through that, and I want to cover it. It's actually a pretty common thing, and it's a great way to break your computer too. So, I mean, I've done it so many times because I'm that way. Okay, so let's take a break. Here comes the ads and some music. Do 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 do. Don't look back. All right, we got to say goodbye to the 80s music. I'm not even going to be ashamed of that. I love it. Here we go. We got another 52 minutes. We've got 2 more sessions here. So, and then we're done for the day. We'll be off doing other things. So we've covered permissions we went down a lot of rabbit holes with the set UID and the permissions thing. I think the time that we spend on permissions is well worth it because it is such a core part of everything we do. That's not 80s music. The 80s music. Oh, yeah, well, we'll see. All right, so there's one thing we missed though, and we need to recap this. So let's do that. We need to figure out how to change users or groups and how to do it recursively. And this is one of those areas where having like a backup of your VM is a good idea. So I'm actually going to use this as an opportunity to take a snapshot of our VM before we proceed in case you screw something up. Okay. And this is one of the reasons that we're doing a virtual machine. And you can't do that with the cloud, by the way. I mean, actually you can, but you have to pay extra for the backups. So isosec, I'll put this up here. And all right, so how do I change user or group of a file? All right, so let's go to that. We'll go back to, we're going to use a command called shown foo rando, change the ownership of foo to rando. So let's do that. And I'm going to go back to this account. Okay, here we go. So ls-l, first of all, let's get rid of executable permissions on bar because it doesn't make any sense because it's not a file that's going to run, right? So we don't want that to be runnable. So we got rid of that. Let's say I want, you remember how we banned rando? We banned rando from being able to read anything, right? No, that's not true. We banned sample from being able to read anything in here, right? So sample can't read anything. So let's say, okay, sample, I'm going to make you a copy of bar or whatever, right? So let's copy bar.md to bar for sample.md, right? So now we've got, a copy and we want to say, look, I know this is not probably what you would do in real life, but let's say for the sake of argument that I want to change it. So we're going to shown. Now, because I am me and this file is owned by me, I don't have to sudo it, and I don't want to go into sudo any more than to say that anything you want to do as root, put sudo in front. But you have to be you have to be the root admin. You have to have sudo permissions and you have to be in the sudo group. We already covered how to find out if you're in a group, right? So if I do ID, you can see that I am in the sudo group. That means I get to do sudo things because I'm special, right? If we look at sample is not in the sudo group. So if I try sudo ls, they'll be like, nope. Like, sorry, this incident will be reported. You will be promptly sent to the principal's office. I always thought that was funny. So that's pretty much all we're going to cover about sudo. Just put it in front of something you want to do as root. And that includes starting up a full terminal, and I should probably show you that. No, I'm not. I'm not going to show you that. I'm going to stop myself. Okay. Sudo for everything and be like, yeah, no. I mean, the one thing you don't want to do with sudo is sudo to become another user. People do this too. Sudo bash, and they're like, oh, now I'm root for everything. That's stupid. You only want to do that if you absolutely know you're going to be doing a ton of things at once, and you are really, really confident in your abilities, because doing anything as root on a production system is super dangerous. Not to mention the fact, because I mean, you can fat finger anything. Oh, that's nice. Thank you. You could fat finger any kind of thing here, and you could be in really, really big trouble. And is it hard to undo sudo-i? I don't know. What is sudo-i? I don't know. I don't use -i ever. Maybe I should. Am I revealing my ignorance? Login. Oh yeah, I never do that. I don't know why I don't do that, but this is what I do. Sudo su dash, and that might be because I'm old. So su says run as the super user, and this is I didn't want to put this in, but since I've in there, I might as well cover it. Okay, this gives you a root login shell as using sudo, right? And Please don't tell me to do that. The dash says do it as a login shell. Yeah, and you have to go look at man su to get the rest of it, okay? Run a command with a substitute user and ID group. Su allows commands to be run with a substitute user and group ID. When called with no user specified, blah, blah, blah. So su is not the kind of thing that you would want to do for everything. I happen to, honestly, that's a command I've just memorized and I always do it. Yes. I don't know about dash I. I've never used dash I. I've never used dash L. Those are all things that are probably worth learning. I've just never used them, like in my entire career, because I've always done sudo su dash. Sudo dash I just runs in the user home. That's what the dash is for. Okay. The dash says, the dash in sudo su dash says run with their permissions. And by the way, if you don't want to do root, you can do sudo dash sample. And now I'm sample. I just logged in as sample. Every single thing I do from this time forward is exactly the same as if I was logged in as sample. In fact, if you do W, it will say that there's only one sample logged in, but I'm sample. Okay. And you type exit and it goes back out. As set UID mark, then you get root. Maybe, sure. I've never used that. That might be worth looking into. But what I'm using right now, I know works on every version of Unix that's ever existed. So that's what I'm going to suggest you learn. But if you have a better way, let me know. So yeah, so I would say, let's go put that in our notes actually. What are we? Okay, so here we go. So we did, I didn't want to cover it, but we covered it. So sudo su dash, effectively log in as root without logging out. It's a very common command to do this. Random, we're in the middle of a boost right now, so I suggest you watch the boost. Yeah, I use TMUX. Yeah, we're in the middle of a recorded session, so happy to answer your questions on the break. I know you didn't know, so please don't worry. Okay, so here we go. Su dash, effectively log in as root without logging out. Su dash foo, effectively log in as foo. Now, it's really important that you understand that you're not actually logging in. It's the dash that's going to give you a login shell, and that says run all of my configuration files and everything else, which we are going to get to. I swear to God, it might be next week, but we are going to get to it. And that we can't do that until you know how to edit files. So we're getting there. All right. So su dash. If you do su dash, you can only do that if you're root, because that means you're going to do it as that other user, and most common users don't have the ability to do things as somebody else. The su command is virtually useless to anybody but root, unless I got it wrong. Did I switch to normal mode to VI? I do VI mode all the way. I'm always VI mode. Do I always? We're gonna do VI. We're gonna do whole VI. We're gonna do the whole thing on VI. Yeah. In fact, if you want to go do VI magic right now, you can go do that. But yeah, vx.gg/VI survive. That'll get you by for now if you want to run down that path. All right, let's get back to permissions and we do our shown. So we did. So sudo su is one of those things we can do. And you can actually execute a command as a user doing that too if you want to. So here we are. We're logged in. We have permission denied. We can't do anything. So let's go back to the shown command, which we started. And you know what? I need to update my notes because I'm moving around all over the place. I apologize, but I don't want to lose anybody in the notes. Let's see. How do I do things as another user? And that's sudo. Okay. So, and let's do today's isosec. Oops. All right. So let's change the group profile. All right, so back to our scenario. We are like, okay, I made this file for our friends, and I want to make it so they own it. All right. It's yeah. So I want to make it so they own it. So shown bar bar tab. Why isn't it tabbing? Shown. Did I get it backwards? I might have been dyslexic. I do that all the time. Yes, I'm so sorry. Pretty sure I got that backwards. I'm sorry. I don't. This is why I'm doing it with you. I want you to be dyslexic with me. All right. So now comes the file. So shown that, and then we're gonna shown sample. I hope I have this right. If you tab, there we go. Operation permitted. Change shown sample. Now, why doesn't it let me change the ownership? Because that's a root thing, right? So then I have to do sudo in front of it. And it's like, okay, make me a sandwich. And it's like, I'm happy. So ls-l, and now it's changed, right? I mean, the one thing in the command line, you're always going to get the order wrong, and you have to look it up. It's just a part of the job, the lifestyle, whatever you want to call it. And I constantly look stuff up. See how it changed it? So now it's owned by sample. It's part of group RWX Rob, etc. So if I go down here, let's see what happens. Don't do that. Don't ever use that. Don't use that. No, don't use that. If someone tells you to use sudo dash exclamation point, that's fine until you actually learn how to use the shell. I'm just poking fun. Once you do set dash OVI, that won't work anymore. And I don't want people to learn that. Don't confuse them. We're going to learn VI shell, not Emacs shell. All right, fine. All right, let's go to the next thing. So if you get on, I mean, once you learn it my way, then you can learn it the other way, and you can decide to use it whichever way you want. I'd rather just push the up arrow or do the same thing in VI and be fun. All right, so I don't like cluttering my history with crap, which is what that does. So, yeah, that was not a good one. Don't do what Ping is telling you. That's a joke. All right, so does sample have anything different here? ls-j, how about this? ls-l bar, what do we call it? Bar for sample.md. Oh, still can't see it. I wonder can I edit it? I wonder. Can I edit it? I cannot edit it. Permission denied. Looks like it's not quite enough. You know why? I think it's because of the group ownership box, honestly. Because you're still a member of RWX Rob, and that's still banned. Is that right? I don't know. You should be able to do it. I think it's because of the directory. Could be because of the directory. Let's figure out what it is. I don't remember. Let's go look. So, first of all, we're in the right place. Are we in the right place? Yes. Okay. Can I put okay, what's in the file, by the way? Anything? Oh, yeah, there's stuff in the file. What if I cat the file? Can I cat the file? Permission denied. But it says I can read it. What's going on? I still think it's the group that's banning us. I do. I think it's the group that's banning us. Bar for sample. Even though it's owned by me. Oh, but you know what I can do? What can I do? I just remembered. I can't edit or do anything to the file right there, but because I own the file, what can I do? I just remembered. Yep, I'm pretty sure. We're going to see. I'm pretty sure I can do this. I can move bar dash file. I don't know. For sample.md to temp. Nope. Damn. Oh, I'm barring myself. Why not? I honestly don't know. I'm like looking right now. We should be able to edit the file. I'm super curious. I mean, you normally don't encounter these things in the real world, but let's go look here. So, all right, we're still dealing with this thing where nobody can do anything in this directory as long as they're in an RWX Rob group. That is completely banned. Right? What I'm trying to do is say, but I want them to be able to do something to this one specific file, right? Well, they apparently can't. They can't do anything because their directory's locked down. I want to say that they should be able to edit the file though, and that's what I find interesting. I'm trying to figure out another way to do it. This is actually kind of fun. I feel like I'm hacking my own stuff. Echoes something to bar-4-sample.md. Permission denied. It's just not going to let me touch it, is it? Am I in the right place? Anybody have any thoughts? Let's try it. Let's try this. Let's try to do. Let's see if we can remove the file. I don't think you can do any of the removes because the directories, those are all directory access. So removing things and moving them out of the inode, those are actually changing permissions on the directory because it's a listing in the directory. So I think that's what's going on. Yeah. Yep. Still no dice. Even though it says I can see the file there, that is so crazy. Yeah. I wonder if we do this. Okay, so let's try the other one. I know. Oh yeah, let's do that. Let's do that. Let's make greet runnable by sample. Let's try that. All right. Yeah. That might be a better thing because then it's not actually moving, right? So let's do that. So greet. Can I run greet now? Nope. That's a great idea. All right. So let's do that. Shown sample. No. Yes. Shown sample greet. Oh wait, well, let's see. All right, so then what? /greet. No. Oh, and it looks crazy. Yeah, me too. I'm starting to think it might be an SE Linux thing, actually. Yeah, because I could have swore that would normally work. Maybe that worked in a former life. I haven't even played with this kind of stuff in a long time, like these weird edge cases that we're doing right now. But I did kind of want to use the shown thing, so. I mean, we covered the topic. The topic is if you want to change the ownership of a file or directory, you do shown with sudo, and then you do the name, and then this. Now, here's something that's a fast thing. Okay, just put the perms back to 757. Let's do that. I mean, that's an octal. I don't want to do that. So if we wanted to do that, we could do it, but I don't need it because I can still just do it as a user. All right. So if we do ls-l. We got that. Now, what if I want to change the group at the same time? Now, there's another command called change group, and I never use it. I probably should use it, but I don't. I don't use it very much. I use shown. Why? Because if you put a colon after shown, it's going to say use sudo, right? And now I do ls-l, and we get a group, and now it's owned. See this? We have group sample, and blah blah blah. Right. Now, let's see if we can run it now. I don't think we can, but let's try. Nope. Still bound. So we're still denied for other reasons. But the thing that's cool about this, though, is that I can't even change this file anymore in here. So if I were to try to rename the file, you guys remember how to rename a file? Did we cover that? We did, right? Did we cover renaming a file? Oh my heck, we didn't cover renaming a file. All right, we're going to cover it right now. How do you rename a file? All right, we're going to cover that. I know I'm all over the place, so I don't care. How do we rename a file? Renaming a file. MV, yes. MV food other change file directory foo to name to other or move. Now this is important, okay? Because this is super important. I want to spend some time on this. All right, let's do it. So if you move a file, you can copy too, right? I know did we cover copy? Please tell me we covered copy. We did not cover copy. Well, I must have been waiting for today to do it then. All right, so let's do it. Where are we? 8. All right. So, and this is all in my cheat sheet, by the way. I have a cheat sheet for this that I used to use for my students. Copy foo to other, copy file directory foo to other. Now this got kind of a hitch on it, right? And let's see what that is. This is super important to pay attention to this. So let's do that. We'd already changed the group. Let's do the group thing, and then we'll move it. Okay. So I'm kind of all over, but let's see. So we do shown. Well, we already covered that. So all you do is put a colon in it. And the last thing with changing stuff that I want to show you is if you have a directory. This is super important and very dangerous. And this is probably where you want to take a snapshot. Okay. If you get this wrong, I have screwed my systems up before doing this because it's a very powerful command. All right. So we're going to recursively change all the username and ownership permissions. And why would you want to do this? Okay. So let's say you have a dead user out there, right? And this is a very common use case that we're about to show. I'm gonna put this in the notes because this is a big deal. So let's talk about the situation. Let's say that I want to rename sample to something else, right? Now you can change the name on the system, and we'll get to that. And that's a task you probably need to know how to do eventually. It's actually multiple steps to do this. And one of the steps is that the home directory has view the agreed file from sample. Yes. Yes. No, it does have that, and we can't see it, Frank. No, we already covered that, and that's not true what you just said. It's absolutely not true. This blocks it because sample is a member of this group. That's why. So I know it's throwing you off, but that's what we did it on purpose. It's like a blacklisting. So let's go back to, okay. So now what we're going to do is we're going to give a situation. We're going to create a new user, and we're going to delete that user. Okay. So I'm actually going to use a real case. So I'm going to say sudo add user del me. Okay. And we'll just make password. Aren't you happy we made a VM for all this, right? Okay, so I've got a new user now, and I can go log into that user. Del me, just prove we can, 192.168.1.29, which we got off our console when we started. We'll put password. And so here we are, and we're ready to go. And we've got an account. Everything's good. So touch file, by the way, touch just makes an MP file or updates the timestamp. I will put that in the notes. Oops. So anytime I use any command, I'm going to put it in here. And then we'll see which ones are there. Okay, so touch create a new file, text file, or update last modified timestamp, modified time stat, whatever. Okay, it's actually a really common command for making new things. And so let's do that. Where did I go? Where am I? 6. Okay, so 6. So touch file. Now we have a file in there, right? And you know the file is there. It's a thing, and we're not going to really do anything. What happens if we delete this user? Okay, so let's go back and delete the user. And let me show you something else that's kind of cool. I can delete the user, but the user can still be logged in. And this is actually an interesting situation. If you copy with DD command and permissions change, DD is a direct disk copy, so it would put the permissions of what you're doing the DD for. Yeah, so let's actually do this. So sudo del user, right? This is the command. It's easier. It's on Perl and Ubuntu. This doesn't exist on all Unix, but we're beginners, so it's okay. So del user del me, right? Password. Now there's no more thing. Oh wow, that's new. I haven't seen that before. This is cool. I didn't know this. I was trying to trick it. It's not letting me delete it. Why? Because it's still busy. I'm still logged in. That's cool. I've never seen that before. I was trying to show that somebody can delete out all of your stuff, but if you're still logged in, that process still counts. So you got to be really careful. I've actually had that happen before, where the last login on the system was like my last access to it, and something we did, or I did, like screwed up the system, and so you had to go back in and fix it. And you know, you spend enough time doing this stuff, you'll do that kind of thing, particularly if you're me. So we're going to go over here, and we're just going to do exit. And now we should be able to delete the user, right? Now, I have a feeling, what? Tell me. Okay. I have a feeling that the tool might have already done it for us. So let's go take a look. So cd/into home. It didn't. Okay. You see what it did? So it didn't the del me, right? So we can do the ls-ld on del me, and we'll see. Now this is okay. So this is what I wanted to show you. I'm going to put a timestamp here. We've talked about users and stuff, but we haven't talked about IDs, and this is super important. Okay, because these user ID numbers persist even on another system. All right. So let me put a thumbtack in this little note here. This is super important. So let's go back to 8, and we'll go do that. Yeah. I mean, you can go back and watch the video, Frank, when it's done. You can see, and you can see if I did something wrong. But okay, so here we go. We've got touch, and we're going to talk about user IDs, and we talked about this. We're going to say what are user ID and group IDs. And this is leading us into the file system, which is the real main thing for today, which I'm hoping to get to at like with our last hour. And then we get a full hour for that. So let's do this. So we're going to cover the ISOSEC for this. What are the user and the group IDs? So and what I was trying to show you is, and I wanted to get around to it, so this is a good way. And this is also going to show us about the recursive schmod thing, right? So why are there still numbers here? The user's gone. Anybody want to take a guess? So when you delete a user, it does not change the number. And what does it actually do? So this is where I get to show you about the first file on the system. There's a file called etc password, and we're actually going to open etc password. There was a time long ago in the 70s or late 80s where you couldn't open this file without it being a really, really bad thing, because it would show you all your passwords. But it's not that anymore. All that stuff is in etc secret now. And I'm not going to show, well, I guess I could show you etc secret because this is a VM. But we are going to go through these files. These are like really important files. If we're going to get really deep into Linux administration, you're going to have to know all of this stuff eventually. But again, this is a boost, so I'm just giving you an overview. Shadow. Yeah, sorry. Did I say secret? That's the Kubernetes like corrupting me. Okay, everything in Kubernetes is called a secret. Thank you for that. It's still like LBG knows. So here's our account. Okay. So this is etc password. This is one of the main files to know. Read about it. Do man. I think you can do man password actually. And it might even tell you what the file's about and where it's manifest and everything. I think you might even be able to do man etc password. Nope. That's it. I didn't realize that was a man. I guess that's not a, no, that was horrible. Tried to run the file as a man page. Don't do that. All right. So, yeah, it says you shadow. Thank you for the reminder. So here we go. So this tells you the user ID, right? The group ID, which are the same. They always start at 1,000, by the way. And man5 password. Does that one have it in it? Thank you for that. I don't look it up every day. Oh, there we go. It is man5. It's 5 files, etc files? I think it is, right? Here, let's put that in there. Let's cover it. Yeah, let me get you the resources to go look this up. I want to make sure you can go look it up. So, where am I going? Okay. So let's do, yeah, we'll do man5 password, right? And that should actually give you a lot of data. Let's just leave that for that. It's linked at the end of man password. I didn't know. Okay. So Did I swear? Please tell me I didn't swear. Did I? I'm going to stop swearing if I... Okay. I'm really sorry if I did. I'm trying hard not to. All right, so here we go. 2. We got that. Let's go back. We got our man. So this tells you what that is. So the first thing is the name. Then you have the optional encrypted password, which you never, ever put there. It's always an X, which means look at Etsy shadow. And then you have the numeric user ID, the numeric group ID, username and comment field, which is, by the way, remember all those questions about room and class and all that stuff? That Perl script that Ubuntu threw on there, Debian threw on there actually, Debian distro, is just prompting you for all those fields, and it separates it with a comma, but that is not a part of the thing. You can put whatever you want in the comment field. And then you have the user home directory, which you can change, and the optional user command interpreter, otherwise known as the shell. So that's how you can tell a lot of stuff about an account, and I mean, all kinds of stuff, right? So let's actually go back to one. Let's go back here. Where do we have it open? Do we have it open here? I don't know where we had it open. It wasn't rando. Maybe it was this one. Nope. All right. Well, let's go back here. Okay, so here, let's do this shell. I'm rando again. All right. I'm a spaz. I know. VI Etsy password. All right. So here we go. Now, this is what I really wanted to show. See all these other things up here? These are other accounts. But these are system accounts. These are system users. They're not users, right? And how can you tell? Look, they've got bin bash over here as this is an interactive shell. It's root, right? By the way, it's very common as a hacker to change the name to something else, and then just anything that has UID 0 is root, whether or not the name is root. So just know that. The user bin no login is a binary that does nothing. I think that there's very little difference between them all. In fact, I think they're actually synonyms or aliases for each other. Let's go find out. ls-l user s bin no login is a relatively new thing. Man no login. No login, politely refuse a login. And the no login command displays a message that an account is not available and exits non-zero. It is intended as a replacement shell field for accounts that have been disabled. Interesting. This account is currently not available. It's not encrypted, it's hashed. Yeah. Yep. It's one way. It's all hashed. So we have been false. It said the man page says encrypted, but you're right, it's not encrypted. Been false and Etsy password. Been false is just false. In fact, ls-l, I think that's it's 39K to be false. That's kind of funny, actually. Do nothing unsuccessfully. Exit with the status code indicated failure. Your shell may have its own version of false. This is not used by bash, right? So bash has been taken over. If so, false is a built-in in bash. Always exit, always fail. Maybe I got that wrong. Nope, shell built-in. So we haven't got to that yet. When we get to the programming, we're going to get to all of that stuff, like what's an alias versus a program versus whatever. So here we go. We're still moving fast here. Introduces her boyfriend. Okay, so see how these user IDs and stuff? So that what I wanted to show you is this. So Architect Rob has 1,000. And now you see, do you see a 1003 anywhere? There isn't one, right? What's up with that? What's up with that? What's up with that? So if I go back into home, right? Oops. What's that shell? Oh, duh. Where the hell am I? I swear. Is that a swear word? Yes, it always knows what user logged in is. Yes. So look here. So what I'm trying to tell you is that, so this is the takeaway. files and directories have user IDs and group IDs, and they are independent of the system. Why do you think that's important? Why would that be important? And anybody ever done anything with a tarball? You played around with Linux enough to play with tarballs and stuff like that. Tarballs are kind of like, compressed, RAR files or whatever you might use out there in the world. Because of security and because of things. So the implication is very simple. Yeah, for migrating user homes, okay? And I want to tell you about this before I'm giving you an actual realistic case for using the recursive shown command, okay? The recursive shown command, which we just had. This is pretty much the only time I ever use it. So yeah, you can move these files to another system. You can zip them all up, right? You can zip them all up. And the usernames and groups, but so here's the real kicker here. When you take a bunch of files from a system, a lot of people would think, oh, I'm going to back up the home directory because I got all my users here, right? Very common thing to do. And we're not going to introduce rsync right now, but it maintains ownerships. So you might say, oh, hey, I'm going to go make a big compressed tarball of all of the home directories and move them over onto another computer. What's wrong with that? What is wrong with that? Yes. So usernames, because of connection and long attempt, and you don't know why. That's kind of, yeah. The usernames, exactly. The user IDs and the group IDs most of the time will not match up. And this is a very common beginner mistake. I've seen beginner admins make this mistake all the time. And one of the reasons they don't catch it is because you remember, what's the first user ID? What's the first user ID on a non-multi-user system, right? You guys remember? Y'all remember? So it's 1,000, right? And so I've known people to do this. I've had people that I've worked with this. What they'll do is they'll copy all the files over, and they won't notice that the files are broke. Why? Because it works on my machine. Why does it work on their machine? Because they have the same user ID, because they were the first user that got created on the other machine. And the order of the other user's creation, unless it was exactly the same. And I believe that even some distros start counting at a different number besides 1,000. I don't know that for sure. I can't remember. If somebody knows that, please let me know. And so what happens is they'll bundle up all those files, and they'll take them over to the other system. And the way that users are created over on the system may not even be there. Right? So they dump it down, and they're like, okay. And then they go, and sometimes they'll go in, okay, now I'm going to make the users, which works if you do it in the right order. If you do, it has to be exactly the right order so that the UIDs and the group IDs match up. That is the moral of the story. The moral of the story is the group IDs and the user IDs have to match up. And 9 times out of 10, it's just easier to recursively change them. And I'm going to show you how to do that right now. Okay, so let's say I wasn't supposed to delete del me. It was actually somebody else. It was actually somebody else that needs to do something, right? And it's like, oh, darn it. Okay, so I'm being the admin. I'm going to go back here, and I'm trying to give you practical examples here of real stuff to help you learn. So here I'm going to say, okay, that user went away because they didn't like the name, and now they want a new name. But they made a file, and they want that file, right? So this is another thing. You may have a system that's automated, and it deletes all the users on the accounts, and then your home directories are full of old stuff. Maybe secure stuff, by the way. Think about that for a second. You could have a user that's got like really, like tokens and SSH certificates and SSL certificates and everything. They could all be in the user account directory. And you could say del directory. You can think it's all good. And maybe you're trying to harden a system or something, and it's a multi-user system. And there's a million ways it could go wrong because you don't know those files are still there. When you delete an account on a system, the files are not deleted. They're kept. And that's good. You don't want it to go delete. Now, I for a second I thought maybe the Dell user maybe did that for us as a thing, which would probably be bad. So, and the way this would normally work is you would delete the user off the system, you'd tar up all of those files, and you'd ship them off to somebody else and say, here's all their files, give them back to them, and maybe they got kicked out or fired from the company or whatever. There's a million reasons that you would still need to have those files for discovery in a legal battle or something like that. right? You might still need the files, and you would need to preserve the IDs and stuff like that if that were a thing that we were actually going to go through during discovery. So it's the one, when you delete, everybody's got a user ID or GID. Two, when you delete something, it doesn't delete the files and they still have the same number. And three, when you move those files someplace else, they're just marked as free space on the drive after deletion. No, they're not even done. Not even that. No, they're not free space even. No, because they're still there. They're still active files. They're not going to be removed, right? I mean, let's go look, right? So if we ls-l, so they're still there. All those files are still there. The del files are still there. And there's nothing that's going to go around and do any kind of cleanup for there. As a user group, IDs are reused, which means they're handled for old files for security reasons like /temp. Yes, this is true. And this is going to become a really big deal when you start dealing with Docker. Okay, because when you're dealing with Docker, you're like mounting files and you're shrooting and you're doing all this stuff, and the IDs have to sync up. So the reason I'm going down this huge rabbit hole is because it's not a rabbit hole at all. It's really, really important that you get how user IDs work, and it's one of the things that most beginners I work with have no idea how it works. And then when you hit Docker containers and you're trying to mount repos and stuff, you're like really confused because stuff is totally different, right? So if they're encrypted, it's the same thing. The ownership would be the same. The ownership is a property of the file itself, the inode specifically. And by the way, this can be devices too. You can have device. I mean, there's some ephemeral things. We haven't got to the file system yet, so I won't go there. But anything that's persistent, that stays on the system, right? So let's say you want to go get. So let's fix this. So someone comes to you and they said, hey, remember that user that left? Well, they're back. And they want a different name, and they still want their files. You still got their files? I'm like, yeah. Okay, so can you like move those files and make them a new account? All right, let's do it. Okay, so how do we do that? So we're going to say, the first thing we do is sudo add user, new me, and we're going to get to all those other things here in a bit. All right, so now look, now we have a new me, but we have a problem, right? Oh my God, look at that. It fixed it. Why did it fix it? I didn't want it to fix it, but why did it fix it? I need to break it again. Why did it fix it? I just realized do you know why? Because when we deleted the last user, what did it do? It deleted the last user, and when we added the user back, there hadn't been a chance for another user to be. Yeah. So it saved. It didn't really save the number. What it did is it actually added a new number. It just so happens that number was the same. So let's actually be more realistic here. Now I'm going to make an even better scenario. So let's say somebody else has come to you and there was other users added in the meantime. All right. I don't want anybody to think that it magically figured it out. It just was a total coincidence that we didn't add any other users in the meantime. So let's do that. But you see how it figured it out because of the number, right? So let's do that. Let's do sudo del user del new me, sudo del user new me. Warning, new member has no more groups. Okay, so actually now we have two problems because now they both have the same thing, right? So we're going to use a command that you've never used before. All right, which is actually in our list of commands to use. We need to remove the directory. All right, so you might go man rmdir, and you're like, oh, okay, yes, all right, let's do that. And actually, I'm going to catch some flack for saying this, but I think rmdir has still a lot of relevance, and I want you to understand why. So let's do that really quick. I mean, I'm trying to go fast here, but okay. So how do I remove a directory? And I'm trying to make it relevant, so it's a little bit longer way of going about it, but I like going by task instead of. All right, so we're going to learn two commands really quickly. We're not going to go into them in any depth at all. All right, so one of them is rmdir, remove an empty directory, and I mean empty. No hidden files, nothing. All right. Oops. and then we're going to do this one, the super dangerous one, -R, and usually people will put an F, and it's like, remove an empty foo directory. Remove a directory, foo directory or file, and everything in it. The F is not for hidden files. No, it's to force it. The F is to force it. Otherwise, if the reason people put an F in is because they're usually scripting it. And if you don't do that, it'll block your script waiting interactively for you to prompt to say yes. That's what the F is about. Okay. So let's do that. So you might be a beginner and you'd be like, well, gosh, oh man, I made that stupid new account. I don't need it. I'm just going to get rid of it. So you do rm dir new me. And it's like, uh-oh, you can't do it. Oh, okay, sudo. Wait, I'm rando. I can't even do it. What am I doing? All right, so here we go. So sudo rm dir new me. Is it going to work? No, it's not going to work. Why? Because rm dir is to see if the directory is empty or not. We always do. Yes, they're all on YouTube. Yeah. So, yeah, and so that doesn't work, right? Now, one of the reasons I still use rm dir is because a lot of times I want to explicitly deal with the stuff in there, particularly if it's a Git repo. If it's a Git repo, I want to deal with the Git files that are in there. There might be something in there that I'm like, oh yeah, I forgot I had that there. So please don't write off rm dir, because that makes you be sure that there's nothing hidden in there or something. Now, in order for the reason it's doing that is because why? Because if I do an ls-l on new me, I'll get root sudo. I'll see that, oh, there's nothing in there. What the heck? What's wrong? Let's try an A. Oh, there's actually stuff in there. Okay, and this stuff all came from etsy-skill, which I'm just going to throw in there really fast. So etsy-skill, this is the only time I'm ever going to talk about it. I'm going to say like 5 words about it, really, maybe 20. Etsy-skill is a directory that is verbatim copied into the home directory whenever a new user is made. The end. All right. So I guess I should put that in the notes. I mean, you can figure that out, right? Why is that important? That's going to be, we're going to talk about it a lot when we come back to configuration and stuff. So that's where it got those files. You might have said, well, there's nothing in that directory. It was a brand new user. No, they actually created all these extra new files. So I could do one of two things here. I could actually remove all those files one at a time with, rm new, let's see, sudo rm new me dot bash. I don't know if that, am I even in the right place? It's not completing, so I don't know. Bash logout, bash rc, oops, rc. I mean, I know this takes time, but to me, this is safer. Now, let's do the same thing, though, like in a kind of the disastrous way. So let's try to do rm dir now. And you might have to push it. You might be pushing the up arrows for this, for your history, right? I'm using VI mode, which we'll get to, I promise. So we're gonna do a new me, right? And now it removed it, fine, because it's fine, right? Because it didn't have anything in it. Now the exact equivalent of that would be this: rf new me, and you better be dang sure you're doing that to the right thing. And even though this command has been safeguarded to protect you, thank you for that fall, from lots of other stuff, like you can't do it against / anymore. It won't let you. I need to snapshot to test it, but go ahead and test it. Snapshot your VM and then try to blow it away using rm/rf/. It won't do it. People like to joke about that, but it has been disallowed for a very long time. So go ahead and try. So now that one's gone, right? So let's do that scenario that we were. Let's jump back to our things. Yeah, you have to type in no preserve root. Yes, you have to add some stuff for it. Yes, thank you very much. So the next thing that we're going to add is, oh wow, thank you. So the next thing we're going to do in our pretend scenario here is we're going to pretend like a new user got added before this user, delme, is coming back. We're using rm-rf to delete the files. To delete the files that a user previously held. Okay, and once again, the files, we still have files owned by this previous user, even though that user no longer exists on the system. And that can get very confusing, as we just saw, right? Even I added a brand new user, and all of a sudden that user could see all of these files. Why? Can anybody think of a security vulnerability that entails? Let's say, for example, you hire somebody and they get fired, and they've got a ton of private stuff for whatever reason in their home directory. And you do del user or whatever, you know, the alternatives, and you get rid of the user and you go your happy way and you don't ever remove their home directory. And then some other new user comes on the multi-user system and you add that system user and you do add user and it pops in. What did they just get? Your new user, as you just saw me do, your new user now has full access to your previous user's information. Block user instead of del user, all the files. Yeah. Yeah, and block user is probably a better one. I need to look into that one. I haven't used that. But the point, this is all about file systems and IDs and stuff, so I just want you to be sure on that. There are other ways to protect you from this, but obviously you should be, if the user is gone, number one, their files are still there. You need to do something with them. And number two, when you add somebody back, they're going to get that user's ID unless you do something about that. Right? So it doesn't work everywhere. Everything in the directory, yeah, that does work. In a specific directory, that might be something to try. This is, by the way, all this stuff that people are telling you about, save your virtual machine and try it. Watch, I'm going to do it. I mean, it takes a while to do that. I don't want to do it right now because we're almost into our last pomo, and this is kind of going long. I think this is valuable information, though. Do you still feel like this is valuable? I mean, the user stuff, I really like hitting this home because this is stuff that is causing massive security problems all over the world right now. People don't understand this, and they end up walking into a buzzsaw when it comes to security, and the whole world is less safe because of it. So I am going to obsess about these things that are not covered elsewhere. So, okay. Yeah. So, but let's try that. For the last 23 seconds or so, let's try our last scenario. So our last scenario is we have a new user that's going to stay, and then we have a new user after that, right? And we want to say, oh, that user came back, and they want to reuse their home directory. All right. Very, very typical recipe on a multi-user system. This is something that's very possible that would happen. What would you do? You would say, okay, I need to make a new user. So, okay, so, you know, let's say Joe comes in. I don't know. I'll say like sudo add user Joe. And you can see, you can actually give it a lot of parameters to use a different scale and all that stuff. I'm not going to go into any of that right now. So, and so now Joe is there. Joe's on the system. And as we saw, Joe is going to get the user ID like we just said, right? Joe just inherited all of that because it happens to have the same ID, but it's not the right person, right? So now pretend like we have, you know, maybe we caught this, right? And we're like, well, I don't even know what to do with it because I can't really even change the name to something else because there's no user ID. Which is really weird because it's actually, if you were to tar it up right now, it would have Joe in it. Even if you untarred it, it would still be Joe's stuff because of the numbers. Because the numbers are the things that win. So let's add a new user. So another new user comes in, and I'm going to help you if this is actually what happens in your workplace. So sudo add user Jill. All right. So Jill is taking over for delme, whoever that was, and wants those files, right? So password. Oh dang. Yeah, and so we're going to put these files in here, ls-l, and so now Jill's got a new one. If we want to see we can do this. Oh, you know about grep? Let's grep. Let's teach you grep. Grep, search for a keyword in a file. That's all you need to know right now. It's like one of the biggest things you'll ever learn. All right, I got to put that in there. So, all right, grep. Yeah. List only line with Jill. Only line containing Jill. That's what grep is. But it's much more. You'll be grepping. You'll be using it for all kinds of stuff. But it's a good introduction. So there we go. We got Jill. So you see Jill is 104 and Joe is 1003. So the person has said, no, I want everything in that directory to belong to Jill. So what do I do? Okay, so there's a number of things you could do here. So let's say, let's copy. I mean, we could just move the entire thing because it's defunct, right? We can either make a copy of it, which is copy -R, and I always have to look it up because it's one of them's lowercase and one of them's capital. I'm pretty sure, yeah, capital R on copy. Yep. Actually, they changed it. They added a -R. That is not a BSD thing. I'm going to tell you. This is, different versions of Unix will get you on this. So if you try to do the same command on a Mac, it won't work because it's capital R, not lowercase. So if I remember right, I mean, the commands vary somewhat between different versions of Unix, which is why you should look it up. Thank you for that. So here we go. Let's do this. So I need to take that directory. I've been asked, my senior admin has told me, okay, I want you to put that stuff that was in there. I want you to take the whole directory and I want you to give it to Jill. Give Joe's directory to Jill and make sure that Joe can't see it. So I'm going to move it. I'm going to move del me, the whole entire home directory into Jill. Now this is going to fail. Why? Why is this going to fail? You've seen it a million times. No, it doesn't need a -R. It's not across file systems either, which is another thing I don't even want to talk about. You can't use move across file systems. It needs sudo. Good job. So permission denied. All right, good. I was just checking with you. All right, so we're going to move that over. Yes. And he's a sandwich command, yes. And so now what? Now we go into Jill, and Jill's, well, this is one of those cases where I might actually do what I told you generally don't want to do. Now I'm root. Now I can do everything. Okay, so now I'm going to go into home Jill and be very careful. Jill is off limits. Yes. And what do we have in here? So we have this file directory called delme that's owned by Joe. It doesn't make any sense. Yes. And we don't ever do that. And we're not ever going to do that. I'm never going to teach that. You can teach people after I've taught them the right way. I love you. Okay. So here we go. Yeah, just no. All right. So here we go. So I got a problem here. I'm the junior admin. I need to show my senior admin that I know what's up, and I need to change this directory so that it's owned by Jill. And Jill can't do it because Jill doesn't have access. I'm the one with root access. But there's files in there, and I don't want to do every single file, do I? No, I want to change them all, right? Including the top level directory. So this is where one of the most common commands you'll ever execute, shown -R, and you got to be really careful with this. You got to make sure you're in the right spot. Okay, I'm in home Jill, and I've done this on root and changed. I have done this on root on my own system and changed all of my ownership for my whole system and watched it kind of slowly get very confused. It's almost as good as removing everything. So just know this is a scary thing. So here we go. And so let's do this. So you do shown -R, and then what? We're going to do Jill, Jill, because Jill has a group named Jill also. Now, you could have used numbers there. if you know the numbers, you could do that instead, right? But we don't, and that, when would that might be useful? When would it might be useful for you to change the UID and the group ID on something without those accounts actually being on the system? Yeah. I know we're done. We're about done. So we got one more poem after this. Okay, so this is the command. Now what? Now I'm gonna put it specifically so you can block his access to a particular group. Yep. Another thing would be is if you wanted to create a bunch of files that you knew the user ID on the other system, you knew what it was in advance, but those users don't exist on the system. And this might sound like it doesn't happen very often, but it happens a lot in Docker because you're mounting directories and stuff, and there's the ownerships are across the board. They're all over the place. So containerization has caused the need to understand the shown-r command a lot because sometimes you can't mount files and stuff like that. We'll get into that a lot later, but I want to show you this. Okay, so we got shown-r jill, and now what? Now we need to give it the directory. So we're going to call it delme, right? And because it's not Joe at all, right? It was never Joe. It just thinks it's Joe because Joe came in after the fact, and it thinks he has the same ID, which is totally wrong. So this is what we're doing to clean that up. So now we do this, and we do ls-l, and we can see that I can go back out of root if I want because I'm scared of being root. You should be terrified of being root. Always. You do not want to be root. Because you're going to, especially on an enterprise system, because you're going to screw stuff up. And when you fat finger something as root, it's a much different deal than fat fingering it as a user. This is why you should default to using sudo commands until it's really, really, really annoying, and then maybe consider the more dangerous thing. So here we go. We got Jill here. Jill is all good to go. We cd into Jill. Oh, I can't because I'm not root, of course. Maybe I could log into Jill. How about that? Jill 192 is pretend Jill's coming into work at, gosh dang it, come on, Rob. 192.168.1.29 password for now. And yeah, so hey, look, there's a file here, and Jill's like, hey, look, oh wow, someone gave me a new directory, and I own it. That's very nice, thank you. And so you go into delme, you're like, do I own everything though? Sure enough, I own all the files. So those files have been, so the admin kindly gave me all the delme files that I am now responsible for, and Joe can no longer see them, thank God. Because Joe had no business looking at them. Joe was hired for some other task completely. As soon as admins on campus draw their college, oh my God, yes. Yeah, there's so many things you can do. I know. And you know what? This stuff still exists. So, the whole user, you might think in a world of Docker containers and stuff like that and Kubernetes, that this obsession about, ownerships and file names and UUIDs is not as relevant. And it is true that it's changed. It's not like you're going to be dealing with multi-user systems, but you are going to be dealing with owner IDs and group IDs and potentially problems there, because depending on how many users you use in your containers, you could be using like 5 different containers and they all use a different user ID. And if you're mounting files into those containers, those mount points have to the new files that are created will have the permissions of the running user, and that's a big deal. And so you may end up having to do some of this stuff. If you're lucky, you won't have to, but there's ways around it. But if you don't understand it at all, when we start saying you should do this on your Docker file, you won't get it. You'll be like, well, why am I so concerned about what the user is that's running the Docker file? Why do I care about even setting that? And this is why. So we have to cover this before we cover that. Some of this did go over your head. Happy to have learned about user IDs. So, yeah, I mean, spend some time on it. This is a boost, so I feel like that's enough stuff to show you about usernames and passwords to get going. So our last session, we got one more session after this, and we're going to go a little bit over 5, is going to be a whirlwind tour of the file systems, like what this stuff is, all the directories. And this is stuff that we could spend like 2 hours on if we wanted to get really down into the nitty gritty. I'm just going to give you an overview, and then you can go look at those things. You don't need to know the details of everything in all of those directories to continue with the boost. But it's the starting off point that you're going to need to do the rest. And that's we already started with etc password, etc password. Okay. Can you get the user ID of a file with ls? Yes, I think it's is it dash I? It might be inode information. I have to look it up. I know you can, I just don't remember it. Yeah, there it is. No, that's not it. That's not it. Is it dash N? Yeah. N. So N means no names. Just give me the numbers. I just guessed. I don't use that very often, but that's how you would do it. All right. So, let's go on break. Here come the ads. I'm going to put the music on, and we will be back right after this for the whirlwind tour of the file system. I'm going to put the 80s music back on. Talk to you in a bit. Okay, let's get going. This is the last pomo, so we're going to go until we're done. I'm going to set the pomo timer just to keep track of time. I might not go a whole 50 minutes with it, though. I'm just going to go as long as it takes to get through it. It could be probably shorter than that, but let's set a timer just to be sure. Pomo start, because we're kind of over. All right, so I don't feel like we left the MV command and the copy command on a strong note. So I want to cover that really quick again. And that's the first thing let's do here. So, I mean, it's pretty basic. So try this. If you haven't tried it already, go ahead and try it right now. But we're going to do, you've seen me doing it a lot, right? But let's do some of the edge cases for the whole thing. So if I want to make a copy of the greet command, I just copy greet to salut, right? And now I have two files that are named the same. And I'm really having a hard time stopping from getting into linking, symbolic linking. And we need to do that. If we might have to split some of the file system stuff that we're doing tonight. It depends. Hopefully we can fill it all into an hour. If we can't, we can do that, right? So, but let me put it down here so we don't forget it. Let's say, how do I link to a file or directory? So these are super important. All this stuff is important, and we'll try to hit this here right now. Yeah. What's that? The history command for VI FreeBSD. I already have that. What are you talking about? It's open right here. So, are you talking about the ISOSEC? I just run ISOSEC. Bash. Oops. Bash. It just doesn't. Yeah. Anyway, are you talking about the stuff from here? Yeah. I mean, there's a million things. All right. So, I copy the file. So we copy. Everybody understand copy? It's just CP. It just moves it over. If you want to do it recursively, you can do it. Now, why would you want to do it recursively? So usually when you want to do a recursive copy, it's because you want to move it into something else, right? And this is super important. This is probably one of the biggest mistakes, particularly with SCP, that people make. So by learning copy, you actually sort of learn about another command called SCP, which is the same as copy. It just does it across machines. All right. So let's talk about this. So let's first of all, let's make a directory here. So I'm going to make a directory called dir, and I'm going to move. I want to copy greet and salute into there. So copy greet and salute into dir. And did I type slut? Oh, you knew that was going to happen as soon as I picked that word. I am plagued. I am so plagued. I cannot do live demos ever. I could never do live demos. I guess that's my sweet beaver moment for this one. I mean, the last time it was Docker's fault. This was actually my fault. I'm so sorry to any women out there. I apologize deeply. I didn't mean to say. How am I supposed to get back on track now? Okay, here we go. Salut. Salutless. No. All right, so here we go. Yeah. Like slash dir, blah, blah, blah. Yeah. We need to talk about all that too. Yes, we do. Yeah. And let's put that on the list. Globs. What's ew. What's a glob? I mean, it's not that I know it isn't. People are joining us. They're going to be like, oh, all right. So here we go. Clear. You know about clearing your screen, right? All right. So I want to move. I did it just individually there. So I did the move. So now we do ls on dir. We see we got that in there. Okay. So let me just recap. if you want to do the long way, you can copy, greet, you can write them all out there. And if the last one is a directory, copy will be like, oh, you're a directory, right? Did you see how it didn't even warn me that time? It's because if something's there, it'll still collaborate because no collaborate is not on. Not yet. And so here we go. So you have lsdir, and we got stuff in there, right? If I want to copy more stuff in there, I can. Bar, I'm pushing tab because I want to complete it out. I don't want to type it all. Bar, tab again, tab, dot, tab, then foo. And now I need to put another directory there. Now, watch this. This is, I guarantee you will do this in your life. Let's say you misspell dir, right? Then you type 2 dirs, right? We'll stick with the, appropriate names mistakes. So dir, right? And I know you can do set dash show no clobber, but we're not going to do that. Yeah, we're not going to do no clobber. Not right now, but it is something we can do. It's not on by default, and that's what I'm trying to show. Okay, but thank you for the tip, Mossy. There, we haven't got to bash RC yet. We need to get that to make sure. So if I do this, what's it going to do? It's not a directory, so that's not too bad, right? It isn't, but wait till we get to the next command. Okay, so that's all fine and dandy, right? So if I oh yeah, okay, but it's like this, and I like this. And this, and I go this, and I go, there it all is, right? It's all in there, right? So what if I want to copy the entire dir directory, right? So copy dir to another dir. Oh, can't do it. -r not specified, omitting dir, right? So you can do -r, but I use -R. I think it's lowercase r. I can never remember. They're both work. They're synonyms. They're synonyms for each other in Linux. Does somebody have a Mac machine right now? Go on a Mac and try it with lowercase r and big case r and see what happens, uppercase r. Because one of them is not POSIX compliant. I don't know which one it is. When I say POSIX compliant, I mean the copy command doesn't have it on BSD Linux and AIX and all those Solaris and stuff. All the other Unix seizes. So there you go. You got your other one. And in fact, you can do, ls-l, another dir, and you get your thing there, and you get your dir here, and you see that they are the same, except for what? What's different on them? What's different on them? And I want to bring your attention to this. They both just worked on a Mac. Okay, good. I mean, at one point they were not the same. I can't remember when, but so dash lowercase r and big case r are the same in copy these days. Good news. What's different, people? What's different? Are these the same file? Are they the same file? Yes or no? How could you tell they're different? How could you tell these files are different? So we have another dir here, and we have a dir here. They look identical, right? Different IDs. Okay, we haven't looked at that yet, but let's look at that. Is there something else just right now that's different? I mean, definitely the IDs are going to be different. We're going to get there right after this. But what else can you see that's different? It's very subtle. How about down here? The date stamps are different, right? The timestamps are different. Yes. Okay. So this is super important. If you're trying, so you will be called upon as an admin or developer to copy files, and particularly if you're in security and you're doing forensic stuff like that, to copy files and maintain their user IDs, their group IDs, and their timestamps. Okay? And there's a lot of ways to do this. I don't know how many of them I want to show you right now, but for right now, just understand that that is a thing that you can do, and there are ways to do it. I believe copy has -a these days. Yep, there it is. -a archive mode. Okay? So let's try it again. All right, so I mean, a lot of time has passed now, so let's go ahead and remove. By the way, why won't RM dir work if I do this? Another dir? Is that going to work? Is this going to work? You don't need rsync anymore. That's super cool, but you don't need it anymore. Copy does it. So, and we're not on rsync yet, so please don't confuse them. You like confusing people. All right, so, I mean, it's a great command and all. I use it a lot, but no, not yet. So, rm dir, another dir. Uh-oh, why didn't it work? Why didn't it work? Someone hurry. Why didn't it remove it? It's the remove directory command. Oh my gosh. Oh, I probably have to force it, right? Oh, I know. I'm going to force it. Still doesn't work. Gosh dang it. Right. Okay, because it's got stuff in it, and we're going to be really safe here. rm-rf, and we're going to do another dir, make sure it's the right one, and that'll take it all out. Okay. And so, yeah, it's good context. So we're going to actually do that same exact thing again now. All right. Only this time we're going to do two different things. I'm pushing, somebody was asking about set-o, right? That's why I do set-o vi, because now I'm using my vi commands to go up in my history instead of the arrow keys. And we'll get to that, but that's why. Okay. So I'm going to go up to, where is it? Copy-r dir to another dir. All right. We'll just use the basic basic R, right? And then we do another one. Let's do an A in there, another dir 2. And now let's check them out. So let's do dir, ls-l dir, and then ls-l, another dir. And you can see, wow, you can really see the timestamps are different now, right? And let's do an ls-l, another dir 2. All right, you see? You see that? Okay. Now, you might not think that's a big deal. I just want to make sure you know it. Okay. I think that the archive mode is one of the better ways to do copy. rsync is another amazing command that actually uses SCP to do it remotely. And I want to introduce you to that now. I don't know how much time we have, but I do want to introduce you to it. So just remind me to add a copy -ar. Anytime you're doing a copy-r, I would just do an AR, period. Now, there might be cases where you want, to not. You want to make sure that the newer ones are newer. So I don't know. It's up to you. So copy, foo, recursively copy foo to another, keeping stamps. I don't know. Time stamps. Keeping times. How about that? Keeping times. Does that work? All right. Keeping times. What's not empty? All right. Yeah, you guys got it. Okay. Okay. So now we're done with copy. You saw that it stopped you from copying it directly. Now let's try the same thing with a move command. All right. You could do that. That's a great idea. If you want to do that. I don't do that, but that's something you could do. Definitely. We haven't got to aliases yet, but when we do the bash RC, we'll definitely do that. And you could use the rsync too, if you have rsync. Another reason to use the copy-ar and not mouse use rsync is because copy is on every system, including the ones on your certification exam. Rsync may or may not be there. Timestamp makes it wrap though. All right, fine. All right, fine. Keeping time stamp. Damn. Keeping time stamp. Okay, how about that? There we go. Alrighty. So, I mean, it's good to know. Usually there's like 10 ways to skin a cat in this world, and Unix. Where do these terms come from? I do not know where these idioms come from. I have them in my head though. I've never skinned a cat. I don't know why you would do that. Okay, let's do this. We need to do move now. All right. So how do we move all that? So the first thing is I want to move. Let's get rid of this other directory. We don't need too many of them. Another 2. I hope you're doing this with me. Okay. As much as you can. I hope you have a directory. You have a terminal open. You're doing this with me as you go. If you're watching a video, pause the video and practice this. Do it repetitively, and then go back and do it again. And start building systems and stuff. You'll do it all the time. So now we've cleaned up the directory. We removed that one. Now, what if I want to rename it? So renaming anything is an MV command. There is no rename as far as I know. Is there a rename? No. Apparently there's one you can install if you want. I would not. So MV bar for sample we can say bar for sample. We can say sample bar .md, right? So that's the simple task, right? Now, if there's a directory though, so let's say, I mean, here's a situation. Let's say I have a directory called sample, and I just want this text file to be simplified. So I want to I've done this before. There's a ren. Okay, so if I do this, there is a rename. Oh man. All right, so if I did this, watch. I've done this so many times I can't even tell you. So I'm doing a move sample bar. I'm like, I don't like big extensions. It's just a text file. It's not really even marked down. So I'm just going to call it sample. What's going to happen? Guesses? What's going to happen? Is it going to rename it? Is it? Is it going to rename it? Look carefully at what's in the directory. No. Why not? I know it's like a 50-50 chance. Why? Moves it into samples. Good. Snuggle. Yeah. It moves it. Why? I snuck that in there on you. Exactly. Yeah. I snuck that in there on you, didn't I? I did it on purpose. Because what I did is I created a directory. That's why it's blue. I created a directory because it's blue, and I went to rename it. I've done this before. It's actually kind of funny when this happens. So this is me. So I'll like be reorganizing a directory really quickly, which is a common thing that I do because it's faster from the command line, as you know. And I'll be like doing everything. I'll be moving it around, and I forget that I made something a directory name, and I want to file this the same name. And so then, then I'll like move sample to sample like this, and I'm like, wait, where'd my thing go? Why is my file blue? And then I'll like this. I'll be like vi sample, which actually works. You can edit directories from VI on Linux. It's a relatively new thing in my world, but don't. It's probably a bad idea. And you're like, what? Oh, it's a directory. Oh, and then you like go in here, you're like ls sample, and you're like, oh yeah, that's right. And it didn't even rename it. It just moved it into sample. Okay. Let me give you another gotcha. I'm giving you the gotchas because these are everybody hits these, and this will help you avoid some of the gotchas. Okay. And I mean, obviously, this one we're good with. We don't even really need this anymore. So -rm sample. All right. Now. So far so good on move, right? So what have we learned about move? Move is for renaming. Move is for, okay, here's a really bad one. This is the only time I've ever really deleted a critical file. I'm telling you all my horrible stories so that you won't be me. The only time I've ever actually deleted a file without meaning to delete it was using the move command. It's very dangerous. And if you turn on no collaborator in your bash, it can save you as a beginner, but I just want you to know about this, okay? So let's say I want to move greet. So I don't have to tell you that if I move greet to salute, what's going to happen? What's going to happen? If I forget that I have, let's say I forget completely that I have a greet already. What have I just done? And if you don't have get, yep. Now, it's going to overwrite it. Okay, so it'll blow it away. It won't even warn you. So let's actually try the mv-i to do this. So if you do -i, you can do aliases. There's lots of ways to get around this, and we're going to go through those when we go through the bash recipe, which is a long ways away. I know it seems like it, but we're going to get there. I promise. Greet. All right. It says replace greet, override, blah blah blah. See that? Now, if you want to turn it on permanently, you can do that by setting an environment variable. Setting a shell variable called no collaborator, and that's I didn't want to cover this right now, but this should actually do it. Yeah. Okay. And you don't know about how to do this yet, but every time I do set-o, I'm setting an option for the shell, the interactive shell that I'm on, and we might as well give that one to you right now. Okay. So, let's do that. Let's do, let's give that to you right away. So the problem with it is that you can't add it to your interactive shell. You'd have to actually execute it when you started, right? So because you don't know how to edit your file yet, your bash RC. That's why I didn't want to give it to you yet. But we'll give it to you anyway. So set -o no clobber. This is how they grant poses in Ashtanga Yoga, by the way. You're like a graduate up and they give you a new pose and you work on that one. So here we go. So set -o no clobber. Stop from blowing away files. This is kind of important when you're a junior. And you probably want to have that up there. It's also you don't want a complicated bash RC file because, or you, God help you, have a Z shell file. Because they're going to have bash and you're going to want to be able to carry that configuration around with you a lot. All right, so that'll stop you from blowing files. Either that or move -v. Yeah, if you want to do -I, that'll help you too. If you want to do that, I guess we could do that. So move -I foo other. Okay, so you got them. You got those. All right, let's go through the file systems now. Maybe we could talk about, you know what? Should we do SCP? Let's do SCP. All right, I'm going to do SCP and then we'll be good. Oh, wow, I did not know that. So move file. Okay, so change file name, but protect against overwrites. You know, okay, so there we go. I am going to teach you one more command that is extremely valuable now that you know CP. Okay, so you already know SSH. We did it already, right? And again, all of these commands are like huge rabbit holes all by themselves. You can read the man page for SCP and find out that there's like 100 different switches. So I'm giving you, this is why everybody who does this creates a little black book of stuff that they absolutely need to get their job done. And that's what I'm trying to help you build. So SCP. SCP is exactly the same as copy. It just does it remotely. So let's do that. So we'll take exactly the same copy situation, right? We'll take foo and we want to copy it to other. Actually, in this case, we want to copy foo, but we want to copy it onto another system, right? So SCP foo to target foo. Or you can just do target like that. And then what it will do, it'll copy foo from host to remote target homedir, which is the default. Okay. Now, I picked this one specifically because I see this error all the time, and I've done this error many times. Okay. So, to another directory, you have to use the star. We haven't done any glob star stuff. Is that on here? Gosh dang it. We didn't cover glob at all. We're going to cover glob. We did dash already, AR. You can't do, okay, so, all right. So, we'll do AR. And bash already says, yeah, yes. 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 I would prefer they look at my bash RC files before that so that I can justify their statements. I am not happy with anybody else's for very objective reasons that I want to defend. Okay, so let's stick with the SCP thing for a little bit longer. I'm going to protect you from really getting confused one day. So, and it also has to do with the move no clobber thing. So, all right, here's another way to kill things. Okay. Now, was it minus? I can't remember which one it is. I mean, let's do a different account. Let's pick a different account here. So let's pick the samples account. Go back home. Okay, so we're gonna make a new directory here. Let's make a bunch of files. So touch, foo bar some other. So touch is gonna make all those files for us, right? And there are empty files, they're totally zero. Watch, make directory dir. Okay, we're gonna do that. We just use globs. Okay, so we have a make dir, we have a directory now, right? Now I want to move all of this stuff from here into that directory. So I can do move bar foo other sum into dir. Okay. And now lsdir, and it's all in there. All right, but let's try that a different way. All right, so dir. Let me go back to my touch command. Oops, wrong. Touch. Here we go. So we got touch. We got all those files back. Make dir. Dir. Now I'm going to make a really, really common mistake. Okay, so in this case, we're not going to make dir a directory. So we'll make it, for some reason, it's not a directory. Okay. Now we're going to make dir a file. What's going to happen? What's going to happen? Yeah, we're doing the stars. Please don't get distract them, Mossy. Okay, so we're moving bar to the dir thing. All right. What's going to happen? Somebody tell me what's going to happen when I do this. It's a big deal. I guarantee you somebody will do this before the end of your career and you will blow away a file. And the file will not have a backup. And you'll be like, oh. No. Oh, this one blocked it for us. Oh, that's good. They've changed it. I'm super happy. They've changed it. I'm so happy. Okay, so it's not a directory. You got warned on that one. All right. But now I have to teach you this about SCP. It's going to tell you it's not a directory. Okay, good. Okay, well, we're safe on that one. Now, I'm going to show you something that's more dangerous than that. All right, so now we have, let's do SCP. Okay, so sample's got a dir in there, right? Let's actually remove this dir here and make it a thing. And we're gonna exit. Okay, so here comes SCP. Pay attention. So let's say I want to take all the notes from today, and I want to copy all this stuff, and I want to put it from my VM or from my Windows machine or from my Mac or whatever, and I want to copy it to the other computer. This is a really important command. You will do this command all the time. This one in rsync. Okay, so you're gonna do SCP, right? We haven't even done globs yet. We probably will get to globs today, but I don't know. So SCP, I kind of want to do globs when we do regex and grep. So that might be its own day next time. Because globstar expansion is the same as regex in a way, and it's kind of going to go down that path. So I think we're going to save globs for another day. Globs are when you put a star in a thing, and it means everything. Okay, so we'll get there, but I don't want you to feel gypped. So let's stick with the SCP thing for now. Okay, so how do I copy these files to my remote system? How did I SSH? So the thing to know is that SCP, secure copy, is the same as copy pretty much, combined with SSH. So that means instead of using SSH, you just do SCP, right? And you can say what you want to copy. So let's copy, don't forget, right? Oh, I pushed tab again. When I pushed tab, it filled it out with all my possibilities, including remote servers, which is kind of messy. But now this is really messy. All right, I don't want you to know about some of these other things yet. So here we go. So this says, okay, I want to copy this file, and I want to copy it here, right? This is wrong, though. Does anybody know why this is wrong? You don't know why it's wrong, but I cannot tell you how many times I have done this. What is it going to do? Is it anybody who knows SCP? What is this command going to do? It's going to it doesn't rename it. It makes a copy. Okay, so this is probably the most common mistake anybody will ever make with the SCP command. You're like, I just want to copy it into the home directory, and you just got done SSHing into the thing, so you try to reuse your SSH history line, and you forget that you didn't put the colon at the end. I don't know about the dash A. I don't think you even need that. I think you can do that, but I am not doing that. Julian, that's a good thing, though. If you wanted it to be the exact copy, I think you could do that. Yeah. Let's actually try it, okay? So if I do this, it asks me for my password just like SSH, and I type password, and it copies it over. It gives me status. If it's a big file, it would take time to show you what it's doing. And now I can go onto this system. I can actually reuse my line again. That's what I was telling you about. Or if I can find it. Oh, I already wrote it. Bad me. So SSH, password, and there it is. And there's a way to not have to do the password. So here's the file. Okay. Now the file is brand new, right? But here's a few things to note here. The first one is that it changed the ownership of the file. All right. And this is by using SCP. That's why I wanted to teach it to you, because SCP will automatically fix individually copied files. You follow me? I'm pretty sure. Should we test that? We should make the file with a different UID and see what happens. You know what? Let's test that. I'm pretty sure. I think it might be. I'm questioning myself now, because I think the reason that one worked is only because I had the same. No, that was it. Because it did. It changed it. Because look, over here, the file is owned by me. So the SCP copied it as the new user, and because I said I wanted to move it over as that user, it did the right thing, right? Okay, now what happens when you leave the colon off? If you leave the colon off, anybody ever do that? We had a few people already admit it. I can't tell you how many times I've found files like that just laying around the system. Usually they don't have IP addresses. Usually they have host names after them, which is harder to find. So what did I do? Anybody want to tell me what I did? So the sort of annoying thing about SCP, the kind of annoying thing with SCP is that it's also a completely valid local version of copy. So if you forget to tell SCP that it's remote by putting the colon at the end, it will happily make a copy of the file. Yeah. And it, so, I mean, it's, if you diff the file, I mean, you can see the file is exactly the same. There's no difference. rsync versus, they all use the same tech. And I do like rsync, it's just not on the system by default. So I think learning SCP is valuable, personally. And then on systems where you're doing backups, and all of KEG is going to be based on rsync. So the knowledge exchange grid is going to be using rsync. Yeah. Because rsync, by the way, people, what is rsync? I don't want to go down that rabbit hole right now. I'll just let you know that rsync is a very, very powerful tool that uses Secure Shell and SCP to completely mirror an entire directory on a system. It's used for creating, if you've ever been to a website or FTP site that has multiple mirrors, or like even the Linux distro mirrors, they use something called rsync to keep all of the stuff completely synchronized. And what that does is, rather than copying the whole directory every time, it keeps track of the files that have changed, and it only copies the files that have changed. It's very powerful, but it's totally out of scope for the boost. All right. Pirate Bay's is another one. In fact, KEG, my knowledge exchange grid, is going to be based on rsynced mirrors. And that's how we're going to publish. We're not even going to use servers. We're just going to use rsync. And we're going to list repos by rsync URL, SSH. So it'll be an entire secure internet of rsync things. Yeah, I don't think you can do that. Yes, I think you can do that, but I don't use it very much. You can copy more than one file. Let's try it. I'm pretty sure you can. I don't do it very often, though. I mean, yeah, I didn't think so. Oh, wait, derp. All right, SSH sample 192.168.1.29. I know that's lazy, but all right. So yeah, that works. And you can also use globs, but I really want to say, again, globs are the use of, we're going to put that in next week. Globs are the use of stars and question marks and stuff like that. But all of the notation to help you save typing kind of goes together. I want you to learn that along with the beginning of regular expressions, because they're both ways of selecting files. And I think we're going to do all of that next week. Okay. So as well as VI and find. We didn't get through the file system.